2026 Sonora Rally getting ready to get started. We are looking good. We are waiting for the first bike to start. We're going to be 5 minutes from the start. First bike will be off the line at 9:05 a.m. That's going to be none other than Kieran Naran. So laying down the fast time yesterday, a little bit of a stop, I thought, but then tracking jumped on him and we were good to go. So laying down the fast time, Mike Johnson yesterday finishing up in the second spot. After the stage opener, Kyle McCoy had a little bit of a navigation challenge. Mike Johnson making up that time, but very well done on McCoy's behalf, getting out front and using all the horsepower. That's a really good job opening up a stage and basically physically staying out front. It was only that small navigation mistake or difficulty that cost him, but great day today. We are looking for a really, really cool, well, I don't know. You guys can probably see this. Yeah, it's not going to be cool today. It is barely 9 a.m. there, and it is going to be a warm day. So we're going to have Willem Avenant here in just a little bit to talk about today's stage number 2. And then we'll get to tracking. So once we get the tracking up and going, it'll be after the vehicles have left everybody. There is nobody left at the starting line. Everybody is down and moving. We'll talk a little bit more about what the route looks like and what these guys look like as they move through. So we are, I don't know, we're almost there. What do you guys think? There's a lot going on. Should we run down starting order? For this one, obviously, we know Kieran Naran getting that top spot yesterday, going to lead the group out, open the stage. Mike Johnson in that number 2 spot, Kyle McCoy third, Ryan Nariño laying it down, and then you have Armando Alonso Morales. Now, Ryan Nariño, bringing that up really, really quick, All-American Rally Raid. He is participating and is signed up for the Dakar Dreams prize. That is between Sonora Rally and off-piste. And it's really, really cool. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later today. We'll see if we can get either Matt or Luke on the line and talk a little bit about what the Dakar Dreams is and what it's designed and what it's helping riders do. But Sonora Rally, we know, has been a springboard for many Dakar participants. And this year is not going to be an exception to that. We also have the Road to Dakar, which Jorge Cano and the UTV is signed up for as well. But right now, Ryan Nariño, it is based on the overall standing. So right now, Ryan Nariño is the one that's got his name on that one. So we'll see how that shakes down. We've got stage 2. Yesterday, we talked to him a little bit, and he was doing good, feeling good. I noticed a little bit of a change. He was there. I heard, he mentioned dual sport ride. He mentioned, just getting the bike across the line, setting it up. I think his head is in the game. He wants that finish. He's got the eye on the prize. From there, we have Armando Alonso Morales in that 5 spot, Alan Mason 6, Adolfo Alonso Morales, the brother, in that 7 spot. And then you have Alexis Rao, another entrant for the Dakar Dreams, Matt Lube in that number 9 spot, Josiah Skagen 10, Christoph Suberville 11, Hector Guerrero 12th, Matt Witchkers 13th, Michael Burns 14th, Ladislau Hernandez Aresti in that 15 spot. Then you have CJ King 16, Timur Urkov 17, Paul Mumford 18, Olaf Sundstrom 19, Scott Thornton 20, Micah Smith in that 21 spot, Jaime Montes 22, Tim Goss 23, Chris Baker 24, Tim Donnerworth 25, and Miguel Donovan 26. So that is the starting order. I'm curious to see, Miguel Donovan yesterday had a little bit of trouble with his knee. It sounded serious. It didn't sound serious. I know that the staff was there with him and helped him seek out some medical assistance on it just to see what's going on there. So I didn't hear more about it, but we'll see if he's on the line today to take on stage number 2. In the vehicles, Mike Shirley lays down the fastest time yesterday on stage 1, so he is going to lead the group out today on stage 2. Then you have his navigator, Eric Pilsalik, and then you have Jorge Cano in the number 2 spot with Abelardo Ruanawa as his navigator. So P1 GPS, really, really cool. A lot of those got a lot of stuff going on with the P1 GPS group and doing his thing, getting routes and helping people navigate. So if you were going to pick a navigator in the car, that is who you're going to want. You're going to want somebody that's very familiar with the navigation side of things because, well, we've talked about it. You could be going really fast in the wrong direction if you're getting the wrong directions. So got a chance to catch up with Jorge Cano at this last Sonora Rally School, talking a little bit about, you know, what he's shooting for. I mean, it's full on for the Dakar Rally. These guys are pushing hard. So it'll be cool to see how this goes. And remember, Road to Dakar. So these guys have an entry up for grabs for the Dakar Rally. Now, something to remember though, just because it says you get an entry does not mean you qualify for it. So there's a little bit of work that's got to be done. We'll talk a little bit more maybe later on with Darren about the Road to Dakar, and then we'll talk about the Dakar Dreams as well. So from there, we've got Daniel Gonzalez sitting third yesterday. He's going to be the third one out on the course. Then in the number 4, Stephen Brink, followed by 5, Gary Payne. Then number 6 is going to be Kurt Contlis. Number 7, George Lamont, and 8, rounding out the vehicles, is going to be Larry Trim. So that is the starting order for today. We should have our first bike on the course as of 2 minutes ago. We'll be checking in with tracking here in just a little bit, but I don't know. I think we're looking good. I think everything has been, it's been pretty, yesterday was a good day. Knock on wood, we got another good day today. Going to be definitely a warmer day, but let's talk a little bit about the course, and we're going to get Willem on here. So let's send over that link if he's watching. He's like, oh, here comes, he's talking about me. All right, let's see here. And there we go. Okay, cool. So link in hand. It's going to take him a little bit, probably load that, and then we will see what is going on. But I just want to jump over and take a quick look here. And yep, I am seeing green. We've got a bike out on course already. So it's 9:05 a.m. Perfect start time. A couple of minutes ago. So we'll see how they start pinging, but really good field. I mean, 26 riders, and then you've got 8 vehicles. So I think it's going to be a good field. Today, these guys have some challenges. 276 kilometers, 221 notes to navigate those. So you got a couple longer notes in there, but we'll talk. I'll ask Willem about that because it's interesting with road books. If you do a road book, how many notes per kilometer you get. And I could probably see on some of the more technical road books where you might average, 1 for 1, 1 kilometer, 1 note. And while some of them might be spread apart a little bit, you could have really, really tight sections in that same kilometer where you have 3, 4, 5, and 6 notes, which means much more opportunities for getting lost. So we'll talk a little bit about that one as well with Willem. So for those of you not familiar, Willem has been doing the Decoding Dakar on his channels and socials. He is a Dakar participant, finishing his first attempt at the Dakar Rally, which that in itself is not an easy feat. But also he has been kind of the chaperone. He has been the mentor to many participants, both in motorcycles and now even in vehicles. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well, and what he has done to help foster, people going to the Dakar Rally, kind of following in his footsteps. He bootstrapped the whole thing, did the whole thing on his own, the sponsorship, all of that stuff. And then from there, working through it. So I hold him in high regard because of that. It is not an easy task. Many people do not finish the Dakar Rally on their first attempt. He had very, very long days. He was out on course for multiple hours, more hours in the day on course than spent, resting and in the bivouac. So it's definitely been a challenge, or was a challenge for him. And now he's helping people, realistically get ready. Copy live stage 9:05. So it's definitely. Chris and Bernie, please give me an update when you guys are on. It's definitely been a an interesting road for him. And not only does he do that, but he also gets a lot of information out there talking about, waypoint types and times and getting lost and finding yourself and doing all this. So he really does publish a lot of information. The point system, the Dakar Rally is, and I alluded to it just a minute ago, is the Dakar Rally is not just, here's my card, just whatever, put a little on there for yourself kind of thing. No, you have to qualify for it. So you have, for instance, the Sonora Rally. The Sonora Rally represents 5 points towards the Dakar Rally entrant. So it's on a point system. So not only do you have to ride a race and complete one of these rallies, you may have to do multiple rallies to get the points to be able to get in there. They have no problem getting the riders that they basically filling up the motorcycle categories. So it's, you have Rally GP, you have the Rally 2 crowd, and then within that you have the Malimoto crowd. There's Originals by Motul as they're known now. So there's a lot of, there's a lot to it. It's not just, sign a form, fly across the ocean, contract a bike, and make things happen. So I do have confirmation that Willem is getting ready to get logged in. So we'll talk to him in just a few minutes here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And he had his hand in today's stage. So looking and comparing the road books, I know that he had quite a bit of influence on there. I saw some waypoints. I saw some things in their characteristics that are more of a Dakar level type roadbook, bringing that experience in, partnering obviously with Sonora Rally on getting this particular roadbook for today's stage set up. So we'll talk to him a little bit about that one. But in the meantime, get some coffee. All right. So, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be warm today. I'm waiting to see here. We're going to get some elevator music. I think that would probably work. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? So, Kieran Naran out of the Mint 400 aboard the Ducati. Are we going to see Ducati in rally? I wonder. I think that would be a good, I think that could be a good thing. Right. Let's see. Right now you have, obviously Honda, you have the KTM group, Cove making a strong presence. Obviously we're not seeing, you have some not private tier, you have some factory teams, but like say for instance, Hero doesn't actually make a dirt bike or rally bike. This is just kind of like a bespoke factory rally team that they're doing. So, that's not going to be an easy one to get. So it would be cool to see another manufacturer field an actual factory team for the event. So there he is, Mr. Decoding Dakar. Let's get the headphones on so I can hear him. Willem?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. What's going on, sir? How are you?
I've gotten great. Fucking hell. I'm good, man. I'm missing being in the off room with you.
We get you on. Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. What's going on? How are you?
Awesome. I'm good, man. I hope that I have a inkling of how your radio voice, you always have this calming, soothing voice. It's like I need to focus on speaking more relaxed and not be so rushed when I talk.
I don't know. Uh-oh. I'm getting the phone calls. People want me to refinance my house. I gotta keep hitting ignore.
Well, you better tell them to sponsor this damn show because you're really doing awesome things, Victor. I really think that this is so cool. I had so much FOMO about missing out on Sonora, and this has been calming to me, like just having you in the background while I work, listening what's going on. Really cool. I hope more people in North America and the world tune in, because this is cutting edge, dude. You're going down in history for the guy that's making it happen. Awesome.
well, we're trying, or at least we pretend to know what we're doing, right? Just keep talking. I prefer the title "highly trained idiot." I feel like that.
No. We're way above that. No.
Yeah. Okay. One notch, mildly trained. So, man, this is probably one of the first events that we've kind of done remotely, and I know you and I we've shared hours inside, race ops and making things happen throughout a week. Kind of weird, right? Being outside of that.
Yep. No, it's very. I think there's something to be said for that. Living being part of the energy. And I'm sure we'll have a debrief after everything to see, but there's going to be pros and cons to both. But when you're out of the energy, I'm assuming on your side you're also way more focused, because you're not being pulled into whatever's happening around you. So you're kind of more laser focused only on the data, and I'm sure that has positive and negatives too. But I do it because of the event energy, so I do miss that energy for sure.
Yeah, it's weird, because even normally, like in the last few rallies, we've been in our office, we've been in our thing, we kind of separated from everybody, but then it was always really easy to just walk outside and go talk to a couple people, come back, kind of recharge the battery, right? Get out of that focus.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and I think that helped. Like in your case now, yeah, you're just there, right? You can't go anywhere, but it would be nice to go out and speak to the person that's just finished, or get some fresh air, or there would always be somebody hanging out at the pool, or it'd always be something happening. So yeah, I agree. Like being able to step out and have a recharge does go a long way. Like your base have definitely kind of trapped is the wrong word, but yeah, I mean, like if you go to the toilet, like there's nobody else to step in for you, I guess. So that's pretty intense. You take the Zello to the toilet with you.
Pretty much. Well, I have the Bluetooth mic that will go so far, but actually it's kind of cool. I can click on one of the buttons and it shows me the chat, and I can see if I missed a message. It automatically transcribes it. So nice. Yeah, I don't feel. But you're right. Usually it's like, hey, I'm going to go take 5. Can you guys keep an eye on things? And yeah, there's nobody here. So a little bit different for sure. But it's crazy how it's changed, right? The comms game, right? Going from a satellite push to talk, from sat phones to satellite push to talk, to now this. Everybody's got internet now. It's not the world that it used to be. Thanks to Starlink, and now I don't know. I think
it's the Starlink thing is crazy. I saw something a while ago about how Starlinks kind of were used or are being used in the Ukraine war, and about how cheap the Starlink minis is, that they can actually now put them just on a drone, and then they can direct it, like they'll have eyes on the drone until the last second. And it wasn't possible until Starlink Mini. They apparently didn't realize it was Starlinks being used. But I mean, it also makes you realize it can't just be Starlink, right? There's going to be, the iPhones are already coming out with satellite functionality. So I mean, soon we would all be globally connected, which is going to change the rally game for sure. I think yesterday I wasn't able to watch all day yesterday. I had a few calls, but you were dipping in and out of the concept of having live streaming from the cars. It's happening, and I mean, I'm already using it and making roadbooks on different continents, where you strap a GoPro onto the front of the car, and you have a Starlink uploading all the time, and you don't have to actually, I mean, I like it. I want to travel to these places, but if you get to a point where you have to make a roadbook and you can't travel, you can have a first person view of the entire route.
Yeah, it's it makes it, I mean, it breaks that barrier. I mean, yeah, we were talking about that at the Mint 400. You had Robbie Gordon, you know, driving his dual engine, you know, 2,000 horsepower vehicle on the phone talking to the guys, you know, and it's amazing to me to see these guys talk like you and I while they're doing 140 down some straight, you know.
Not if I'm navigating. I won't allow that shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's not gonna happen if I'm in the car. I'm a very forceful I come over very quiet. Oh no, that's a lie. I come over very relaxed. Well, I hope I envision I come over very relaxed, but once we get in the car, then things change, and yeah, that ultimate focus. So me and Mr. Gordon won't get along.
I know it's all fun and games until the green flag drops, you know.
Yep.
And then looks like we've got a shout. I'll show it again at a mutual friend, Padu Merloti.
Mr. Padu, nice to see you. Yeah, we've been chatting. We've got a few things maybe shaping up in SoCal, so we can't say much, but yeah, we're definitely chatting, myself and Mr. Merlotti. So you'll be good to extend it to you as well, Victor. So we'll see, but we might be doing something in SoCal in the coming months or years. Let's see how things go.
Yeah,
nice to see you, Padu.
We're out of time. We're out of time to do that right now, unless you're starting early in the morning.
No, I mean, like, just we're looking towards the future.
Oh yeah, no. Let me see. But speaking of which, all right, nice. Barely 9:22 in the morning, and it's already 80 where they're headed.
Yeah, I saw some of All-American Rally Raid this morning, and the ocean just looked so nice. It looked like there was no wind, just that quiet day. And yeah, I'm super excited for today's stage because it's going to be very fast, and it's one of those. I mean, I like all rallies, but I think Sonora is one of the few rallies where you actually get to limit your bike and still feel safe while doing it. Like and today is one of those stages. I think that I have anticipation in my chest just because of the speed today. It's going to be very fast. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go.
How they go. I think they're expecting the first finisher. Let's see. Highway. I want to say they were expecting him about 1 o'clock at the bivouac. That's after a 20 some odd kilometer
liaison.
End.
Yeah. Look, there's some tricky nav today, but overall, I just have these scary thoughts in my mind of animals jumping in front of me. There's this video of a guy in South Africa hitting a cow that just came out the last few days, and it's just like, you know, you can control very little at those speeds, and so let's just hope today the animals stay far away from the road.
From the course, they hear them coming. Well, let's talk a little bit about we got two topics here. I'm in the YouTube chat or in the chat here, seeing what people are messaging. Hog Wild Scott, great job, Victor and Willem, helping make Sonora 2026 happen. This live broadcast is awesome. Next year,
back at Mr. Wild, right? Not Mr. Wild, but Scott. Yeah, I mean, we have to give a big shout out for Scott. It's been really, really nice. I think the collaboration going on this year on these road books, it's Scott and I has been chatting on the background because he's the original Sonora Rally road book master, and it's just so nice to have multiple eyes on things, you know, and bounce your ideas off of other people. And Scott really, as always, has been super instrumental in the entire rally. So Scott, thanks again for everything that you do, not just for Sonora, but for the sport in general. It's really cool to have that wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, I will second that. I will say that whenever I start reviewing road books and when I know that he was part of the chain, I kind of like Okay. I can let my guard down just a little bit, because I know how thorough he is. But this is, oh man, I know this is going to be the chat here. We'll get to the important one right now, and then we'll go back and talk. So the digital tablet transition, right? That's coming. We'll talk about that. But live tracking has been a subject. It has been over the last few years, and RallyComp does have a RallyComp Live website where you can do things and you can track and you can show a public side of things with it. But Darren did bring up a really, really good point. Now you have vehicles that have Starlink in them, and you are in areas where there is cell reception. So while having a delay in tracking, the problem you face is if the course is up on that screen for any amount of time, they screenshot, or, if it was live without a delay, you could move a little bit and figure out where you're going. But now even if it has a delay, well, okay, well, I see where I'm at, and I see that this line just kind of skirts this mountain. I'm just going to follow that. I'm just going to skirt the mountain. So what are your thoughts on live tracking and how that affects rally?
Look, I'm getting, I don't know, with every passing month, my thoughts on all of these things become more extreme and harder and harsher. And for years, I had this thing about, why is the old hands, the guys in rally, why do they have these like just these lines that they won't cross, and that's like it's my way or the highway, right? And I always thought that they were very inconsiderate, and not that I'm old, but the more I get involved in rally, the more I'm starting to feel that way. Like, hey, I'm doing it my way, and if you don't like it, then so be it. So while I have total respect for people's individual decisions, they do it their different ways. It comes down to the competition side for me. So I've always been pulled into two sides, right? The competition side, but then also the side of growing the sport. And I actually think, Victor, you and I are pretty much right in the middle of that. We need to defend both ends, which makes it very difficult for us. But if it was me, I personally, Willem, as a race director and as a proponent to get the sport out there, I have no problem with live tracking. I love the idea because it gets people talking about it. The concept, and it extends to the digital tablets as well, about cheating. I feel like, compared to other places in the world, there's a little bit of an obsession about that in the US. Like, people spend too much time, on maybe North America, talking about and preparing for people cheating. And I'm not saying that it's just, I just have very strong views on, if you're going to cheat, you're going to cheat, right? You're going to find a way to cheat. And yes, you can make it harder or easier for a person, but at the end of the day, if you're going to cheat, you're the guy living with it. And I guess that just means that I personalize racing more, right? So it's like, if I'm going to cheat, I have to live with it. And some people are okay and some is not. I'm not too worried about protecting people from cheating. Now, if we bring that to a racing perspective, if you've been, anybody that watches and the guys that race will know, like, if you're going for the top spot, or if you're going for the podium, you don't have time to look at your phone. You don't have time to look at live tracking. Things are happening really, really quickly out there. And I don't see, even if you have the ability to do anything else, nothing prevents somebody from cheating in any other way. You can still get out your phone. Like, just the fact that Starlink exists and that all of these things exist, if you want to cheat, you're going to cheat. But if we are competing for first, second, third, fourth, or fifth place, the guy stopping to look at his track, the guy stopping to look at anything, he's out of the running. somebody made the very good point that yes, but it makes the difference between being lost for 10 minutes and between 10 minutes and say 20 or 10 and 5. And that I agree with. That I hear that point is like, yes, it'll make you less lost if you're lost. But ultimately, if you care about the racing side of it, it's the top 5 guys the guys that's racing each other. Anybody that stops to cheat in any kind of way is going to not make it first. The guy that moves from waypoint to waypoint the fastest is always going to be the guy that wins. And you cannot be that guy if you're looking at other things. So that's just my personal ethos on it. Sorry that I went off on a tangent there. But
No,
because of that, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care about live tracking.
And I think, it's weird calling people by their screen, their handle. And but Deep Silver has a point, and this is why I think there has to be some kind of hybrid in there. Is you can show enough to where people are interested or getting interested. I don't know, like I'm not tooting my own horn, but because anybody literally can do what I'm doing, is you don't see this at other rallies. You don't see this at other events. And, trying to bring people in and see like, look, these are the operations. These are the things. These are the schools. These are all of the resources. These are things you can see. Now, you're right. If you're going to spend all of this time trying to cheat and you're going to figure it out. I mean, what was it that they banned it was the vehicles, right? That they had to ban the communication. Like you couldn't have team members at the start line because they were communicating things back and forth. And even, he brings up a point about the Dakar tracking. The Dakar tracking shows tails. So the first guy to go through lays down a line on the map, and then the next guy and the next guy. And then it starts becoming a line because it's the course average of all of the people going through there. So, and you do show waypoints. So there are ways of doing it. There are ways of seeing it. And I think that's probably why there's a lot of followers at the Dakar, but we're kind of still playing catch up. If you were to bring ERTF or one of these other companies, Marlink or whatever, to do that kind of infrastructure, you'd be looking at a very expensive entry fee. And I know guys are willing to pay a little bit more or willing to pay the entry fee, but you can't have 8 Dakars around the world. And when I mean Dakars, I mean the entry fee wise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, you touched on some of this yesterday, but we can't talk about this without talking about money as much as we want to. It always comes back to money, right? And I mean, again, I know people like to think that they can do it cheaper, but Argentina right now it's going to cost you about 36,000 euros to do, on a team. Now, yes, you can say I can do it cheaper, but again, by the time you've sent your vehicle there, and by the time you've accounted for all the costs that these teams account for, that you think you can circumvent, then it's going to cost you roughly the same. It might not cost you 36,000. It might cost you 34,000, maybe 30 if you're lucky. But the point is, it's still debilitatingly expensive. And a big part of that is the timing and tracking. And I think that's where Rallycomp has really been making waves and really been helping the race organizers in the US is without Rallycomp, the cost of the races would be much lower. Like the event organizers have a huge advantage in the US because they can use Rallycomp, and the cost of Rallycomp is not that expensive compared to anybody else.
Yeah. And then, I mean, and then you get the side of where it's, well, I can tell you, Mike Johnson is currently pinging second on the road. That's the guy that created it. So he's out there actually racing and constantly improving it. And it's really funny. And I know Scott knows him as well. Everybody, that's met Mike and kind of knows. I always remember the Toyota PPI saying, our minds are always racing. And that's, every time I talk to Mike, he's got some new, don't tell anybody. We're doing this and we're going to do, this. He's always improving stuff. And sometimes I feel like, dude, just give me, just do this really quick. But you don't. Yeah, just stick to this. But, at the same time, look, here we are. When I started with RallyComp, there was no live tracking. There was no two-way messaging. There was everything was done by hand, and it was, well, not everything, but once the unit came back, it was all done by hand. And now we're at, where we're at, but it's because of what he's done. So it would be awesome to see this at more rallies. I would love to see more rallies in general, but I would really love to see shorter rallies, right? I think that's something that a lot of people agree on. It's, well, here, here's a 5-day event. Here's, we need these 5-day events, right? These are the granddaddies. And the Dakar Rally, obviously we know what it is. The Sonora Rally, helping people springboard into that, but we need, a couple days, maybe some racing training events. I don't know. There's a blend of that. What do you think? Yeah,
I think with everybody that I've spoken to in at least in North America, there is a very strong will to have more and shorter events. And again, it comes back to the money aspect, right? Time equals money. And if they can have shorter events, people can take off time from work, which again, I've come to realize over the last few years of spending time in the US, how, people outside of the US have a different view on time and on work, right? The US culture is very, very work focused. And in many cases, it's because you have to work all the time. So it's a cultural difference, but the fact remains you have limited time off of work. So the time and the money aspect, if I can have a 3-day event at a central bivouac, that brings down the cost. It brings down the amount of volunteers, and it makes it open to a guy that can take off 5 days versus 7 days. So I do think that it is the future of rally in North America is going to be more shorter events, in my opinion. But again, we will see. But from everybody that I speak to, it feels like that's the direction that we're moving in, which is pretty much what you're also experiencing.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how it progresses, right? I mean, over the last few years, really, it's here in North America, it was, I'm trying to think how to say this without, disappointing the rally gods. There's a lot of people in rally. Oh, okay, just a sec. I gotta.
Cycles are on the course, getting prepped and ready for the cars.
Copy, all motos on course, vehicles up next. A little behind the scenes, right?
That's
so nice. I got to have one ear, detracting from this.
You're doing a phenomenal job, dude. This is so cool.
Let's see. So another problem with showing a map of the course is that what spectators can do with that info. Spectators can be a huge problem for the org. Minimal spectators helps rallies, helps Darren get the okay from landowners. That's very, very true. And if it wasn't true, then there wouldn't be speed zones in the middle of nowhere in the desert. And I know why they exist is because there's a ranch there. Rally allows you, because of the controls that you can do, you can I don't want to say convince, but you can talk people through it and be like, look, this is why it's safer. And you tell me you want them to do 5 kilometers an hour through here, you're going to piss a lot of people off. But hey, we can't connect to that road over there, to that, awesome wash, that canyon, unless we go through here. And this landowner says, these are my terms. So, that's a valid point, and then you don't, I didn't know I could get that. That's where a problem begins, actually, now that I think about it. hey, I saw the Sonora Rally went up this canyon last year and I want to go up. But we're going to, hey, and the next thing you know, you've got 28 UTVs with the LED whips and the loud stereos all headed up this canyon, crossing over this rancher's land. And it's not hard to play connect the dots. Well, let's see. Nobody comes up here except I know who it was. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, look,
the brain is,
the spectator issue. I mean, I think because it's not such a crazy sport, it's not like too many people. I think it's more about giving, in that regard, for me, it's giving the route away to whoever, because I mean, if it's a landowner thing, it's a question of, hey, we should have permission to ride there. Why should we be worried that somebody sees it? And to your point, which is something I use in events all the time, which I love, is like, hey, this actually, we can control exactly what you said. We can control everything. So please let us pass through here, because, I have this issue in South Africa all the time because we have livestock, right? So people are like, well, I don't want the bikes to come pass through here at 120 k's an hour and chase my sheep around. So it's like, no problem. We put a speed zone of 40 k's an hour. And in this specific event, if you speed, you get kicked out. It's not a time penalty, and we can control it exactly. So it's part of why I love rallies, is how controllable it is, right? You can really, really control how the riders ride. In Dakar, in the sand stages, I mean, there's so many spectators, I don't know if they know where they're at, right? Sometimes there were at least 3 times where I went straight through the middle of a bunch of people because they're just sitting around everywhere. But I agree to Scott's point that, like in Mexico, the spectator issue is different, right? There's been many incidents around over the years of the spectators. That's a different scenario than what there is in Saudi Arabia or in South Africa. But I don't, like you say, there must be a solution that gives everybody happy, right? That gets people involved. And personally, while it's not the tracking thing, I love seeing that table that you guys put up with the checkpoints, because that's as good as live tracking. I don't necessarily have to see the course, because that is delayed anyway. Even on the Dakar tracking, there's a lot of issues a lot of the times. So yeah, we'll have to see how it shapes up in the future. But if anybody can come up with a hybrid solution, and if anybody has set themselves up in a position to be that person, it's you, Victor. So you've taken on that mantle now. That responsibility has become yours.
Yeah. And it's funny. I could go back to episode number 1 where I was rambling on about 2 different adventure bikes. But it's the mission's kind of always been the same, as just kind of bring more people into the sport and help them. But as the sport grows, there are bridges that are going to have to be crossed to help bring that in. And the other side of it is one thing I think of it. We went through this a lot in RC racing, totally random, right? But the racing format, it was the thing. And even for us here in North America, the rally format, there are different, we could almost in a way kind of make it our own. North America is known for off-road racing when it comes to off-road racing, right? There's rallies around the world. There is the Dakar, but it's the Dakar, it's the Baja 1000, it's Vegas to Reno. So I think we're uniquely positioned here to be able to do it, as long as we can get the land use stuff under control and really convince people that, hey, this way of racing is actually safer. It's actually more eco-friendly than the current stuff that's going out there. But then we run across this challenge. Well, yeah, how do we get people to view? Like, do we have spectator sections like they do at the Mint? That might not be necessarily a bad thing. You have a smaller area to control. You can get people out there, and I can't make it out on Monday, but I can get there Tuesday, or you know what, Wednesday's stage is like in our backyard. We'll just go check out on the stage on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I mean, it's as thing develops, but
yeah, look, you've got the feet in North America. I think that for me, I look back at racing. Like for me, the heyday of racing was the 90s, right? That's why I race, is because that was just like, I'm still like that. If I think back about the 90s and the two strokes and the big bikes, but the bigger thing was that at least in South Africa, but I'm sure it was year two, like, the racers were uplifted as far as it was you became, if you were racing in the 90s, you were a household name. And I mean, I don't know there's a lot of that has changed, but I feel like any racing, if we can get back to getting people excited about racing, that's the rest will follow. The tracking will follow, the spectating would follow. But we needing to get more young people into the sport like that, and not, I mean, I count myself as young, so I should say more people like me. But it's a question of the motorbike resellers or brands, right? I've been privileged enough to be involved in some projects, and their biggest issue on a high level with these manufacturers is no young people are buying bikes, right? It's all people that are retiring that are buying BMWs and maybe buying a KTM 890, but the young people aren't racing. So you and I, we're sitting here at the end of a very long line of racers making a lot of noise, but we're not drawing in the people that we need to. And I mean, it's something that occupies my mind, a lot. Like, I'm like, how can we get more people into this that will take it further? And for the bike manufacturers, they're like, we're not selling bikes. If we're not selling bikes, we're not developing bikes. So let's just focus on what we're selling. So, but I also believe that history is a pendulum, right? And at some point, it's going to move the other way, and we're going to have or maybe I'm just stupid and I live in hope, but I live in hope that, we're going to have this resurgence of like just the raw, like, the grit of the 90s, that garage culture. And maybe it's going to happen with like the price of stuff getting so high that people can't afford to do stuff, that they just have to become innovative and do stuff in their garages and get together. But to your point, the West Coast of North America is the basis of dirt bike racing. That's why Americans do so well in Dakar, is because your racing ethos is different to Europe and Africa and even Australia. You grow up with a different mentality in racing, and it's paying off on the world stage.
Yeah, I 100% agree. We talked about it yesterday, when Daniel Sanders called everybody princesses when they canceled that stage when they were at the gas stop already.
Mm-hmm.
But, and okay, so this, I mean, you can't write this transition any better. The pendulum thing is, as it swings out and away, it collects new people that are going to be maybe interested in the sport. And one of those changes, as you said, you have the money factor. Is how much does the money, how expensive is this thing that I'm about to bolt onto my bike? And then what am I going to do with it? Why am I going to spend $1,000 on a pair of Icos, a road book holder, and then I'm going to sit there and go, okay, cool. But now what do I do? The availability of road books, the availability of events, the availability of just even ride days, even if I don't make the road books, that kind of thing. So the tablet game, this was mentioned in the chat here a minute ago. What has the tablet helped Rally? I kind of know the answer, but I want to hear your take on it. has the tablet really made an impact on rally in a positive fashion, or has it just created decision paralysis where now what? What tablet do I use?
I think you have to split it out in two discussions, one being from the organizational point of view of organizing a rally, and one from if the question is simply has it helped people getting into rally, 100%. Whether it's tablet related or technology related, that might be a different question. So I see it as technology related, right? And I can just take the people that's passed through my hands as an example, that you could come and visit me at my home with and this literally happened, right? I had a guy, I mean, this is years ago already, come and visit me. He had a 950. We went on a ride. I said to him, hey, let's just your phone's already on your handlebar. We're going to ride this route. Let me just load a roadbook for you. And again, it wasn't perfect. He had to scroll with his finger. He had a phone. But the fact of the matter is he experienced his first roadbook on that day. And that guy is racing. That guy's racing rally professionally today. That would have never happened if I had to give him a roadbook, a paper roadbook. I mean, I'm at a point where I'm almost refusing to ride with paper roadbooks, but that's for different reasons. So I'm just, it's
you snob.
Now every time I say that, somebody just screws it into me and gives me a bunch of pages that I have to put together, and I don't do digital. But look, I think, and I'm sorry if I'm taking over or paraphrasing it, but I think it's a technology change rally for the better, because we can get caught up in the device discussion so much, which is honestly why I've removed myself out of that. I still sell a tablet here and there, but I decided that I got so much, it was very hard for me to be taken seriously, because people will be like, oh, but you're selling your own tablet, so of course you're going to make a point for it. And I'm like, no, for me, it is something that enables my life. Everything I do in the Middle East, everything I do in South Africa, everything I do in Namibia, I would not be able to do without a tablet. I mean, it's just not possible. I don't care what tablet. I don't care about the brand. I care about effectiveness. If something is effective and it works and it makes my life easier, that's all I want. And we're all the same, right? So yes, tablets made life easier. It complicated the stuff for the rallies, and we can talk about that side of it for days. I think that all the solutions are fairly straightforward, but the answer is that if you want to have a truly competitive race, the only answer is to have a closed system, and that is what ERTF and Stella and all of those guys do. Is this is the system you use, and the difference that I see is that cost should not be put on the consumer or on the participant. That should be the cost that's absorbed by the rally, and that pushes up the price, which brings us back to the unique case of North America and of Rallycomp. So if Rallycomp didn't exist, you might have less rallies in the US, or you might still have the two main ones. And the only difference is the cost would have been higher, and they would be using Stella or ERTF to do it. So it's effectively a privilege to have a cheaper race with the Rallycomp, because it allows more people to enter. But if we look at events in Europe, those events draw hundreds of people, and I'm not comparing the two like for like. It's much cheaper to put up an event in Europe, but the point is they don't care what you show up with, and I'm very, very much in that camp. Like if you want to show up to the Sonora Rally or the Baja Rally with a phone, if you want to navigate on a phone, I feel like you should go for it. If you want to pay the entry fee, that's fine. And if you want to pay the money for the tower one, that should be fine. And if you want to show up in paper, that should be fine. But if my goal, my aim, what I want to see is more people doing it. That's all. And the only way we're going to get there is by accepting technology. There is no other way. I mean, within the next few years, paper road books are going to be obsolete because of how much easier it makes it for me as an event organizer. I can fly to anywhere in the world as long as I have GPX tracks, and I can put an event on within 5 days with digital. I cannot do it with paper. I mean, you were at the Sonora training school. Like, look how much struggles we had, like how easy it was with the digital. Hey, there's a change. Okay, great. We make the change and everybody has that change. But now you have to run around with the people that have paper, and you have to fix this and fix that. And anywhere where there's a manual input, a human manual input, is a failure point. And what I like about systems, no matter what systems they are, is that they remove the manual failure points of human input. That's my 40,000 foot view on it.
No, it's true. I look at it as it changes the speed of things. There's a video that I'm working on that I kind of pre-ran the process of, creating a road book. And I believe Rally Navigator has this feature where it'll like snap to the roads and stuff like that. But I've been opposed to tablet-based navigation GPSs only because of accuracy. And I was a late adopter. And I think a lot of people have switched to that. And I'll remember this one is even with Danny at the other rally in BR is there was he needed waypoints and all that stuff. And I remember making the regard. It's like, why don't we just have a real GPS and not a tablet? And now I find that I eat my words, because it's like, well, you know what? You can. It's really these units now. Yes, the GPS accuracy comes and goes a little bit on a tablet. And then different hardware has different antennas, different capabilities. But Garmin makes a Bluetooth, basically GPS antenna that you can pair to it, and you get that accuracy, with it. And so what I'm going on is I discovered that there's an app called OnX, which I'm sure a lot of people know, and they're like, dude, being called. Give me just a sec here.
No stress.
All right, so real quick update on that is we were talking about the speed. First bike right now is at kilometer 73 of 200 and
Yeah, look, so, I think we really digress, because weren't we supposed to talk about the stage and the people watching are like, now you're talking about all this nonsense. I know. We want to know about the stage. So
yeah, we're talking about the future rally here. So yeah, let us talk about today's stage, what we were originally here for. Let me see here if we do. So this is my first time using this as a live stream. This is where I record all my podcast videos, but never before as a pod. Here we go. Let's see here. Okay. We got a nice graphic up on the screen that gives us just some quick stuff. I don't know if you can see it, but
no, I can't see it on my side now.
Okay, so I'll just read it off, but we'll talk about the stage here. So stage number 2, 2026 Sonora Rally, Puerto Libertad to Caborca. We're looking at a total distance of 276 kilometers, or for those in the U.S., 172 miles. Special is going to be 252 kilometers with 157 miles of racing on the clock. And then you have a 24 kilometer or 15 mile transit section or liaison back. Now, remember, on the liaisons, you're not on the clock, but if you want to test it, you can go ahead and pick up a speeding penalty that's going to hurt, which sucks because you're not on the race clock, but penalties count. So with that, Willem, you had a big hand on designing this. So tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, look, I can't claim that I designed it, but we basically wrote it. I'm always scared to claim a road book in case there's a mistake, because mistakes happens. But so yes, I didn't design the route. I want to be very clear with that. I believe that was either Darren or Scott thing, but I made the road book from the route. And I mean, that's also another thing where technology comes in, right? Is the way that I make road books are, in my opinion, maybe not unique, but super effective for me. And it's because I've learned from the past. So I found different ways and different systems to make my road books so that I can be as accurate as possible and as fast as possible, which I love because it allows me to spend more time on making the road books a little bit more, not complicated, but a little bit more like challenging. So I don't see myself as a road book maker that want to catch people out. I don't like that concept because I'm a racer as well. I hate it if an event organizer tries to catch me out. Like I don't like that, but I do like attention to detail, and I like to try and give you navigational challenges. It was super fun to spend some time in the car with Darren, because we could discuss little things. So what I can say from today, other than that it's fast, is that it'll be super interesting to hear the feedback from the racers. This would be a completely different road book to yesterday, and then the next day is going to be different as well. And I think, just stepping back from today's stage, this is something that is really cool about Sonora this year, at least, and I think it's going to catch out a lot of guys, is that there's so many people has contributed and had so many hands in the road book. The Pearson brothers did a lot of work. Scott did a lot of work. Darren did a lot of work. So each stage is going to be pieces of different road book makers. Rodo, I mean, I'm sure he's had a hand in many of these road books. So you're never going to be able to get comfortable. You're never going to be able to be like, I get it. I know what's coming up, because the mindset of the road book maker was different all the time. So I personally love that. I feel like that keeps you on your toes the whole time. So with stage 2, what we are aiming for today is to bring in more FIA style roadbook writing. So for the guys at home, I don't know if you can put up, or if you're allowed to put up notes, but there's super combined notes, and this is something that the ASO and the FIM and the FIA are going for, because they want guys to slow down. So I mean, even on one of those early on notes, they're like note 14 at 6.66, that technically is 3 different tulips, and they call them long distance combined notes. And it's just something that forces the navigator or the rider to slow down a little bit and actually look at the note, because in the past that note would have been drawn as 3 or 4 separate notes. So I did a lot of work, which I really enjoyed, to combine as many of the notes as possible. So while today is not going to be a navigational challenge, it's certainly going to kind of be a different style than yesterday. The guys are going to actually have to focus on the road book a little bit more, but it's mainly on roads. So it's going to be really fast. But for anybody that's raced there, they know that there's a lot of roads out there, so you have to be on it. And then there are sections. There's 1 or 2 HP sections. We put in one WPP on principle, like just to see who's going to get it. Super fast section that you're going balls to the wall, and then you have to do a little bit of a get off the track, find the WPP and get back on it. And it's written so that you need to decipher it. So we're basically taking something that's fairly easy and we're trying to make it a little bit more complicated to keep it interesting, to not just have a flat out, this is where we're going. So from your side, from the tracking perspective today, there's definitely going to be a nice off-piste section to watch out. Not super difficult, but nice. And then it's going to be mainly a safety thing from making sure everybody is respecting it. I mean, you've seen the road book. There's a ton of triple cautions and double cautions. And I think that's also something to talk about is, a lot of the times people think a caution is informed by the event, which it is, but you also have to take into account the speed that people are going. Like something that might be a double caution at the moderate speed is a triple caution at a high speed, and it's a single caution in a speed zone. So because a lot of times I get people saying like, well, there was a watch that looked exactly the same as the other one. Why is this one a single caution and not a triple caution? And it's all informed by, okay, what would you be doing in that specific scenario? We also have the cautions or safety waypoints as per ASO regulations. So again, a lot of people are grumbling about that worldwide, not at Sonora, about, when, and it's a discussion that I'm actually having currently with the ASO or with the FIM, is that when you have first off, if you make somebody aware of a danger a kilometer before the time, their concentration slips a little bit. And the other issue is you're forcing people into a 30-meter radius, which is the validation radius of a safety. And I'm not making a case for right or wrong. I'm simply asking, is that why? Is that what we want? Do we want to put the entire course through a 30-meter radius at the most dangerous point? Is that a wise thing to do or not? And I've learned to not question the FIM and the ASO, but I do think that it would be a great exercise to talk about how can we better the way that we warn people about safeties, because I don't think this is optimum, but it works. But the worry about warning people too far. I mean, we had a disaster at the Africa Eco Race with a triple caution and a cliff, and it was a cliff, and the guy drove off the cliff. And the only feasible understanding of what could have happened is that he disregarded how serious the warning was, because the alarm went on for a kilometer before the time. So, I mean, again, I don't want us to digress into that, but that's I guess where I geek or nerd out, is that's the kind of questions I like to think about. That's what keeps me up at night.
Yeah. Well, and it's a valid point. I grew up racing out in the desert, and there it was single, here exclamation points, there it was down arrows, right? You had one down arrow for 2 down arrows for and 3 for this is gonna hurt. And you could tell after a little bit who marked that section, because there was stuff that was pretty bad that maybe could have been a 1 arrow, depending on the speed of the vehicle going through it. And then that's the other consideration in rally. And actually this reminds me from yesterday, is the difference in speeds, right? If you design a road book, who do you think about? Do you think about the slower guy that maybe doesn't have that, reaction time, that doesn't have that, they're looking 10 feet in front of the front tire or 10 feet in front of the vehicle, where a rally GP guy, he's looking 6 notes ahead. He's, eyes on the horizon, just absolutely into the wild. Who do you, how do you determine that? Because to them, a triple caution is, gnarly, but that dip, I'm looking at one in the road. I'm not sure if I can. I was thinking about them all. Maybe I could just crop one note and show it. I know these guys got their road books this morning already, so this information's out already, but I don't know if I can necessarily share it. But
yeah, no, we don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, we don't want to cross any lines here, because we want to continue. I mean, this would be awesome to be able to do it at more rallies, because I think that it does help bring more. Hey, I was kind of watching this. Maybe there's some people that are more curious about it, or I don't know, but. You're right, and Scott just said it. I agree. The WPS safety waypoint open radius is way too big. That's that's what he's saying. And I don't remember where we were. The discussion was this, exactly what you just said. Say if you have it 1 kilometer out, so for the next 1,000 meters in any given direction, you're thinking about for the next kilometer. Was this it? Was that it? Why didn't the unit beep? And then next thing you know, this was definitely it, but, or maybe you missed it, right? You were just slightly over one line. I don't know.
So that's what's happening with the validation. So you have a 30-meter validation. Again, if we're following FIM standards, you have the concept that for me, let's just take something like a wash or a big drop. If I were to go to the right or to the left of the wash or the drop, especially in an area where it's wide open, I might avoid that really bad scenario. But and I've seen this happen at a race, that somebody misses the validation radius of the danger and then have to turn around and go and collect a waypoint that's a core safety because it was too small. The reason it's so small is because it wants to avoid what you've just said, Victor, about worrying where it is. So the 30-meter validation at 170 k's an hour, it's quick, but it's at that point. So then you at least know that it's there. And to be honest, I think this concept is for the cars. Okay, in the car, I can say to the driver, hey, we've got a triple caution coming up in a kilometer, and all of a sudden we're there. But for the bikers, we don't have the time to look down at our counter and see how many kilometers or how many meters it is from the center. With a navigator, that's all I do. So, I can count it down, I can see it, and I can say, okay, that was the caution. So we might have to discuss or talk, Scott's input on this might be valuable, is the issue of maybe one should have a different standard of marking safeties for bikes versus cars. Because the car guys are liking this. They this is good for us. So yeah, we can get lost in this discussion, but I wouldn't mind arranging what is it, a symposium or whatever you call it, where we all get together, sit around the table and talk out scenarios, right, about what's good and what's bad. But the one thing I've learned is you'll never keep everybody happy, right? That's the other thing. There's always going to be a loser and a winner, but I do think 1,000 meters is too much.
Yeah, I think it is a valid point. You're looking for it too far ahead. I've seen that in score as well, how far out they start putting those triple danger markers or how those distances. And then that's not to say here, the other side of it, right? You made this road book a month ago, right? I'm not saying this, but theoretically speaking, you make this road book a month ago, 3 months ago, you ran it a month ago, you had some heavy rains, there was a washout. And then in the next 3 weeks before the event, the locals that maybe use that road made a road around it. So now you're on the principal piece. You're following the road that now exists that didn't exist. So that's where Mike Shirley's always said is a zero car, sending somebody out, literally the day before to run this stuff, because you may like you said, is you may miss that danger because you're following the new road that follows around it. But now you got to go back and go get that danger. So it's kind of a weird, do you not make it a valid, like, I don't know. What do you do on that make radius? Do you just blow it up and make it really big so that way you'll be in the area if you found a way around it? Like you might have on a bike, you're always looking ahead. Well, you might be you're looking ahead and you saw it and I'm going, I'm not going that way. I'm going to go over here. But that over here is exactly 30 meters over. It's 31 meters over from where that danger is. Now you just didn't get it. Now you got to turn around and so you're right.
And that's very, very prominent in Baja. I mean, super prominent with the lobster fishermen, the different roads, parallel tracks. Like it happens all the time. So that is it's definitely something to question. I mean, the other option is to say we're just not going to make it a safety waypoint. I mean, because on a stage like today, the safety waypoints make the navigation easier, right? There is a scenario, and Scott actually picked up something there that I missed, which I'm very, very grateful for, about overlapping radii. Is if it was up to me, well, no, that's wrong. If we weren't forced to make triple cautions safety waypoints as per regulations, I mean, you can do whatever you want. We were talking about it earlier, right? We can design our own type of rally. What the discussion we're having right now is the discussion of a standardized version of a road book. That's where the discussion comes in. And with that standardized version, the problem is it makes navigation almost too easy, because all of a sudden I've got 2 danger waypoints in an area where I might have wanted to put a waypoint precise, and now it forces you to go there because you can see, hey, I missed a caution. So the cautions, making triple cautions safety waypoints, which is a good thing for safety, it does make your navigation on a stage like today, which is mainly roads, much easier if you know how to navigate. If you know how to navigate, it's a dead giveaway, right? Oh, clearly I'm on the wrong road because I'm not getting 1,000 meter or 800 meter in our case radius, because it's not opening. So it does make it a little bit easier as well. But it's a very high level discussion, because we're discussing standardization versus what we've been doing, which is making the rallies fit the mold that we want. So we could say, no, we're going to make it whatever we want, but then we are diverging from the standard.
Yeah. And that's, I think that there is, and actually you guys saw me mute and get out an update so you guys are aware. So right now, first rider Kieran Naran is approaching kilometer 90 already on the road book.
I told you.
They're moving quickly.
It's going to be mind-blowingly fast. It's scary.
I know. We've got, we just did an update a few minutes ago and it was at kilometer 70-ish. So Kieran Naran right now opening, looks to be first bike on the road. You've got Mike Johnson, second bike on the road. Alan Mason just pinged, and he is third bike on the road. Actually, that's going to be Kyle McCoy. Kyle McCoy should be third bike on the road, with then Mason, Dolfo Alonso, Alexis, all approaching that. Let's see, Ryan Norino also moving along quite nicely. So you're right. I mean, this is fast. You've got your lead bike at kilometer 90. You've got one of the last vehicles getting ready to leave the starting line. So it's a fast stage, almost halfway through.
Yeah, look, I can't remember. It was in the same area around 2023 Sonora, where I was like, I'm not super religious, but I was praying that day. I was like I was having so much fun, but I was like, please, God, just don't let anything jump in front of me, because it's so rare in rally where we can literally go flat out. Like I was sitting on the bike on the limiter in top gear. And I think it's one of those things that what makes this stage particularly fun for the guys at home that hasn't been in this part of Sonora is that the roads are wide, like they're super wide, and they're sandy, so you can see forever, and it just has enough undulations and lefts and rights to keep it interesting, that it's not just a dead straight line. But then when you look down and you see the speed you're going, you're like, oh man, nothing should go wrong now. Like, it's that. And I think that's where somebody like Kieran, that's a Baja racer, is going to have a lot of advantage today, compared to somebody that's, say, a father of, I think, 2, Kyle. Like, he needs to think about his family.
Yeah.
So it's today is going to, the name of the game today is going to be self-restraint. And also not making mistakes, because if you do make a mistake, that speed's going to count against you, because you're going to be going in the wrong direction very fast.
Yeah.
Well,
we
will see.
I have turned off the waypoints. I've turned off the track, and we can kind of see the direction that riders are heading in. Good luck figuring out those little offshoots and where the waypoints are at. But this kind of gives an idea, the separation between them. For you guys can you see what's do you have like a screen share?
I can see on my screen on Riverside, I can see the car, the McCoy in front and Nieran behind him, Johnson. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So they are, and actually we're talking about this, and they're approaching one of those waypoint safeties. So this is for me the little bit of the background side of it. When I see that they're coming up onto a waypoint safety, the first thing that I am looking at, like, if anybody turns yellow, meaning that the bike is stopped right there where that waypoint safety is, it's like an immediate. Go for race ops.
Victor, our last car has gone through the start. Everybody should be on the course, sir.
Copy, all vehicles on course. There we have it. Everybody has officially left the line. So, yeah, it's very, like, those make me nervous.
Could you give me the car number, the last car with that start, please?
Obviously it makes me nervous. Where we have, I've had a...
What's the gap between the cars?
208.
It was 1 hour.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it'll be interesting to see if any of the top cars make up on on the last bikes. I mean, the bike shouldn't be going slow today. I mean, It's, like I said, it's super fast. Also, it's beautiful. There's a section today where you come up over an estuary, and at least when we were doing the route, it was green, which, I mean, that part of the world isn't green very often. But it's like sweeping turns along an estuary, with just a stark relief of ocean and estuary on one side, and just this green desert on the other, and it's all like just winding sandy 2 tracks, which was just, I mean, I'm having fun just remembering it. It was super cool. So
I've kind of got it. I've kind of got an area isolated on the map. I can see where one of the org vehicles is at, so I know they're headed that way. Looks like they're going to get that. You know what? You guys are horrible. I know. Why would you tease them getting over to the water and then all of a sudden send them to to the oven? Let's see here. Where are we at? Let's see. I'm showing they're leaving 70. Yeah, they're leaving 71 degrees. It looks like they're gonna get over onto the coast, and then when they head inland, let's see, we're finishing in Caborca. So let's see, where is that at? I think it was north here. Maybe too much. Yeah, into the mid to low 80s. They're very fast section heading back to the ocean, then inland to Caborca. And I was going to say, and I did misspeak earlier. Now, I know, Willem, you were looking and putting waypoints in on this map, because I did see the WPCs, WPP which we want to know the differences. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about is these newer waypoint types. But I totally missed something. I saw the signature of the road book. I think the guy that actually created it, there's certain symbols he uses that gives it away. So I'm pretty sure I know who made this book, line on the sand or line in the sand or however you want to call it. But I know that you worked on this to get it, changed the spec a little bit. And, tell us about that. What were that WPC, WPP, what were some of the things you were looking at?
Yeah, so look, on the, I'm pretty much all the races I've done, like, in the North America, people really just kept on using the WPM, which is, for the guys that know, WPM is a waypoint mask. And that used to be the standard, but with the navigation game evolving, we've started to get more kind of tools in our toolbox. And even just in this last year, the attributes of how waypoints work and function, different ones, changes, and that's kind of part of my job as a navigation coach, is to stay on top of the newest trends in the standardized version of it, right? So we want to all try and figure out where we can find a navigational kind of advantage, right? But a lot of those advantages are based on the type of waypoints we have. So if we have a lot of waypoints and a lot of technical waypoints, that creates an opportunity for navigators to create an advantage. The less waypoints we have, the less opportunities we have. Again, this is now speaking from a car perspective, not as much as the bike guys. They just go from point to point. You don't have time to mess around. But again, on this stage, we brought in the waypoints in order to give people the experience of how they function. And in short, to keep it simple, a WPC, which is a checkpoint basically, or a control waypoint we call it, is a waypoint that opens up and validates at exactly the same time, which means it doesn't have an open radius and a validation radius. So once you've clicked it, once you've touched it, you've collected it. Now, in a bigger scheme of things, more so in wide open desert racing, it's not really like feasible on this stage because we don't have so many. But let's use Dakar as an example. We have a lot of big, wide open flats with 2 tracks. If there's 20 of these WPCs on the stage, and that's very, very common for Dakar. And I can't do the math in my head, but it's a 300-meter radius. So let's envision a 4-way. I'm coming into the 4-way on one end. I see it's a 300-meter radius, and I see the dust on my right. I look at the picture, and I'm like, oh, okay, clearly there's a road there because that's where we have to go, and that's where my competitor is. I can touch the edge of that WPC, which is 300 meters, and I can shave off 300 meters off of my day, right? And if I have 20 of those, that's 6,000 meters. So overall, and again, this is for the top guys. This is the game they play. Overall, I can take off 6 kilometers of my day by touching the edges of the WPCs instead of collecting the centers.
Okay.
But it has to, the environment needs to allow for that. Sonora environment on the roads, that doesn't really allow for it. But it's something we used a lot at Dubai International Baja because, if we weren't in the dunes, we were in the chots. And the chots are big, wide, flat, open spaces. So a WPC is an opportunity for you if you are chasing like that part of the game to kind of cut the course a little bit because you have a 300-meter validation radius. A WPP, on the other hand, is a waypoint precise, and that is where, and we do have quite a few of them today, That is, you have a 100-meter open radius and a 20-meter validation radius. And that forces you to collect a very, very specific point in the road book. The rule up until this year was that you did not show the WPP in the road book. So you wouldn't have the waypoint in your road book. The only way you would know it was there was by cross-referencing the waypoint numbers and realizing that there's a gap in the numbers. However, the new rule is that the WPP should be shown in the road book. So now I know what I'm aiming for, but it's still it's a 100-meter open radius and 20-meter validation, which again is under discussion because we've had instances where the cars go through the validation radius so quickly that the satellite doesn't ping it and they get a penalty, even though they've passed the point, they've collected it. So there's a lot of talk about it, but I wanted to put it in just so that people start experiencing it, so that if they do go from Sonora to Morocco or to Argentina, that they know what they're going to experience. You know, the use of the WPC has become standard to the point that you see more WPCs on a Dakar stage than you see WPMs. So it's almost like the WPC has replaced what we use traditionally in North America as the WPM. Because it's only, the reason it's there is not to be a navigation aid. It's there to make sure that you are compliant with the road book.
Yeah. So it doesn't, not getting, I could see that. There was a section that these guys were in yesterday, and that if the waypoints, I don't know if I can. So basically, if you read ahead and you didn't see any waypoints, but you saw all of these turns, and then you saw the distance, you could, in theory, say, well, okay, it looks like we're on this like 6 kilometer. I got 6 or 7 kilometers. I'm seeing a few turns here. What if I just open this waypoint and just HP it to that? You know, you're looking ahead. But if you didn't know that there was a WPP, which would have been prime territory for one, you know, not being in the road book, then you would have literally just cost yourself obviously more than what the open penalty would have been. You know, now, and for this edition, it's a 30-minute open penalty, and then and then from there, your skip penalties, you know, it's like 15 for the first, 30 for the second, 45. It just keeps them going up. Yeah. And so it makes for it makes an interesting point. You could avoid the short coursing, the possible cheating, you know, the advantage that could create if you are savvy as to what that is. I mean, personally, it took me a while to figure it out. It was actually, and Scott knows him, you know him as well, as Gnarly Dave. He schooled me out at SoCal Rally a few years ago after I had done the typewriter thing like 4 different times trying to find the way. And then when I came back on the 4th try, he was gone. And I only like off in the distance, now that I think he planned it. What a dick. So when I left, he took off and then he went up and it was at the top of this hill. I talked about it yesterday. So when I showed back up, I caught him at the top and I'm like, and then I get up there, he's waiting for me and he goes, all you had to do was look ahead in the road book and you would have seen that you got to climb a hill. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing, right? You start looking, you start looking ahead and the guys that know will pick up on it instantly. And I think that's where they had the map men situation before. And now why you get 5 minutes with a road book before you start a Dakar stage.
Yeah, like definitely that concept is one of the things that is like a really handy tool in my coaching teaching toolbox is the scrolling and looking ahead is so important. And with many of the road books, I actually build in on purpose scenarios where if you only look up, and if you only scroll 2 or 3 notes ahead, you get out of a sticky situation. And it's amazing for me to watch people come through doing the same road book and to see how different people react to the different problems. You know, a lot of times people are so focused on the road book that they don't look around them. And I in my experience, that's one of the most common mistakes. The true, like, really legendary navigators, you know, they use the terrain to their advantage, and they use the road book to interpret the terrain. Whereas when we start out, myself included, I use the road book to interpret the terrain, and they flip it upside down. And doing that is phenomenal, because you can create a lot of advantages for yourself going forward. It looks like Victor is busy there, so I don't know if anybody can hear me on, on the other side, if I'm just talking, but let's give him a moment to deal with whatever it is he's dealing with.
We've got a rider or a driver that's showing stopped, so I'm just trying to get this resolved really quick.
No stress.
Wanna...
do the people hear me if I'm talking when you put it on mute or not? Just so that...
No, they should. Yeah, you can. That's... Willem, you have control.
No, but that's scary, dude. You shouldn't give me control. Yeah, okay. Well, if Victor is busy dealing with the incidents, I don't know who's out there in the interwebs, but if there is anybody watching, I think we've said it over and over today. It's a super fast stage, but it's a really, really fun stage. I would say overall, the speed of the stage is what makes it fun, but it's also super varied. While most of it is on roads today, there's some HP. And then also the roads change. You've got like big, wide, open roads, and then you've got some 2 tracks, and then you've also got something that we're trying to bring in from Dakar called traces, which is smaller roads. That's, when I call something traces, it's barely visible. It's something that in the past we would put a V minus. Personally, I like to put V minuses at junctions and then put traces or tracks where it is such. Obviously, once the first 2 or 3 bikes are through there, then you're not gonna really have an issue. You'll see the tracks. The other issue today from a racing perspective would simply be overshooting turns. There's a lot of sections where you're going really high speed and then you have to hang a left or a right, like a hard left or hard right. And if you're not on it, if you're not on the road book, you're going to miss those turns and then lose your advantage by having to take a turn around, because the vegetation is so that you can't really kind of go around and rejoin the track. You need to stop and either back up or make a U-turn, because there's a lot of cactus. There's 2 or 3 sections where it's actually in the road book, like it's just a solid walls of cacti, and the only place to go is the road. So that's going to be interesting if you do overshoot that. That's about it, I think, today for the... Oh, there's a few combined notes. Sorry, if I look to the side here, it's just to look at the road book. The combined note is definitely something that we'll be seeing more of. And that's basically just giving you kind of words to replace a tulip. You'll normally get that in your 3rd box as to something that happens after the event. So for instance, if a road were to change from a road to traces, you would have an ETA 400 meters traces, and then you'll have cap calculated or cap average. That's also something that we're trying to import more and more is the use of cap average. I love using cap average. It's definitely become one of my chosen tools because it's so diverse, but also learning how different people interpret, or different racers interpret, cap average. Yeah, a great way to think about it is that an average cap is actually a calculated cap. It just tells you to use the road instead of going off piste. But I've seen some iterations of how people use cap average to actually give them a navigational advantage, which is pretty cool, something that I've learned over the last few years. So I guess that's one of the big things of why the sport's so cool, is like you learn something new every day. So yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's any other comments I have about today other than the speed and the navigation. I do believe that the little bit of difficult navigation will become once they've turned back from the coast and they move back inland towards Caborca. That's where it's going to be. But again, it's not super difficult. It's just a little bit more difficult than it would have been during the rest of the day. So but yeah, that's the name of the game today: speed, cautions, and attention. I think, you know, people would actually are going to be surprised about how tired they are, because even though this is not very physically demanding, being that on the gas and focused the whole time on the road book at that speed really wears you down. It's something that is very much not necessarily underplayed, but on the bikes we feel it way more in the cars, is that we're running at that level of concentration just wipes you out. So having the little bit of navigation towards the end of the day, that'll be interesting to see if anybody makes any mistakes on that section, which I'm hoping nobody does.
And so that I just jump back in here. So that's towards the end of the day. Based on what I see, I didn't hear everything you said. I had to run up.
No, I was just rambling. Don't worry.
I'm not. Let's see. Am I screen sharing? No. Okay. There, I see I'm going to call it the waypoint forest. The waypoints. Forest, yeah. It's a waypoint forest up there. Now, not all of them. Let's see here. I can go back to screen sharing. I think but I'll just show them briefly and then I'll turn them off. I don't want people. Let's see. Here's a question from Deep Silver. Willem, should a stage like this provide an advantage to folks with pure speed? How big of a role do the different types of bikes play on a stage like this?
Wow. Okay, that's a great question. Yes. So for today, anybody that can handle speed and run at say 120 k's an hour consistently is going to have a massive advantage. So this would be the day, given how long it is, that if you weren't as good in technical stuff, or if you're not the greatest navigator, you could make up serious time today on your competitor. And again, I think Kieran, I mean, I chat with him quite a bit. And he's getting into the sport, but he's got super high speed. So it would be great to see tonight, once everybody is back in, knowing the riders, where they stack as to what the speed is like. And to Deep Silver's point, yes, your bike obviously is going to have a big difference here today. If you are on an RFR and you're letting her eat and let her roar all the way, my understanding is that we do not have a top speed limit on the Sonora. Victor, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So you could be going flat out all day long. The risk of doing that, which is what happened to me last year in Sonora, where I picked up a 23-minute penalty, was that if you hit one of these waypoints, because they're going, like, a lot of the speed zones are like 40. So if you are not 100% confident in your ability to slow down, if you're going top speed, any advantage that you've built up could be wiped out with one speed zone. And there's many today. There's a lot of them. Darren is very good at putting speed zones around every built-up area, every ranch. So, it takes the lapse of concentration for one speed zone, and you sit with a 20-minute penalty because you hit that 40 Ks going 100, 120 Ks an hour. As the people know, Rallycom don't mess around. So, you're going to sit with a 20-minute penalty, and you would have taken all of that risk of going that high speed for no apparent reason. So definitely bike is an advantage, speed is an advantage on a stage like today. But if you don't play the game right, and if you do not concentrate, you will wipe out your advantage very quickly.
Yeah. That is in the words of Skylar Howes, if you can ride that fast, consistent.
For Ryan, copy Ryan.
If you can ride that fast consistently, well, you should have been riding that fast the whole day. But if you're not, you don't have that control, you don't have that, you know what it is? It's the processing speed. It's weird. I see this again, the RC car reference. You always had to watch out for the kids, because the kids had this hand-eye coordination that was just like giga speed internet versus dial-up as we get older. And these guys are, Kieran Naran already at, let me bring this up really quick. I'm waiting for them to get into a checkpoint here. Let's see. Kieran already at kilometer 150 on the road book.
Crazy.
100K to go, right?
Holding ass. Yep.
So that's what there's a reaction time, there's a riding ability. Like it was cool. I got you remember we were down in Catavina, and we ended up getting kind of a little bit of a masterclass from Kieran and Colton Udall, talking about cornering and talking about and it's crazy to see these guys don't think about riding the bike. They just ride the bike. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so, and I know, so you spent some time training with Colton, right? Or getting some pointers and tips, and actually with Colton and with Mike Johnson. And how big of an impact was that for you and your riding?
Big, very big. I think I'm obsessed is the wrong word. I love getting better at stuff, and I've been learning more and more about it as time goes on, that the way to get better is to learn from people that are really good. And style plays such an important role, right? And I think that's the mistake that we make, or at least I make. So for me, I never received any formal motorcycle training, so I've obviously taught myself a lot of bad habits. But now I'm like realizing that there's no real right or wrong. There's limitations, but there's no necessarily right or wrong. So I'm on a quest to learn from as many people as possible, and kind of, you know, my quest didn't stop at Dakar. I still learn every day from other people, whereas understanding and seeing their styles, and then finding somebody whose style can kind of overlap with your way of understanding. And as I get older, I wish it's something we can impart more on people, is the simple way of talking, and how you should be experiencing something, right? And there I feel like for me, my personality, my learning style, Colton was really, really good. He could explain to me what the bike should be feeling like in a way that I could understand. You know, everybody says stand up. Everybody says engage your core. Everybody says, you know, they say words, but when you have to, the way that you translate those words into somebody else understanding it, that's very personal, because how do people experience reality? That changes all the time. So the way that for Colton, the bike becomes an extension of himself. That helped me a lot. I really enjoyed my time with him.
Go for Victor.
I went Mike Johnson.
They're going to get air back up and go on the highway to Caborca, so 208 is out for the day.
Copy. 208 retiring for the day, exiting back on course to town.
Where, you know, you kind of grab little bits of pieces from everybody. Mike Johnson's style of riding is a style of conserving energy, which again, also, you know, I found so many use cases for that, because if you're not, especially for rally, right, you have to conserve your energy because you have a really, really long day. So from both of those people, I learned, and I didn't just go to them, I went to other people as well, but they were definitely instrumental in not just me getting a better rider, but finishing Dakar, like without a doubt. Like, you know, there were things that I could draw from, that I learned from them, that definitely like carried me through some of those days. And I think the quest of being a more efficient rider has replaced the quest from being fast. I think that's the main takeaway for me is, you know, I don't want to get off a bike tired, then I'm doing something wrong. The bike needs to work for you.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I can see, I've talked about it, and I talk a lot about riding, but I don't seem to do a whole lot of that. And, you know, well, I know how the clutch works. I know where the gears are. I know, right? And so that idea always kind of fascinated to me. So you touched on something that was important. I did a class with Josiar Carrasco. He is one of the Ironmen down in Baja. So competes in a class. Basically, it's all his miles. You know, sign up for the Baja 1000, and that's all of it. You know, that's the goal, right? And it's always fascinated me to learn from people like that, because you can get lucky 50 miles at a time. You know, bad habits, you know, you're going to hand the bike off in 50 miles, you're going to rest, blah, blah, blah. But when the only handoff occurs when you get to the pit to step off to then get right back on it, you can't get that lucky that often. So the guys that race an Ironman, to me, seem like they have the form, they have, you know, the training and their mentality, right? Edgar Cota is another one. Edgar is one of the guys that I want to take classes from, you know, SoCal Off-Road School. And the idea is that they don't get They don't exert the energy. They conserve it for navigation. But Josiar said something really interesting. He's all, people will give you advice from a good place that's wrong. In other words, they may have gotten the habits, they might have gotten into this that helps them. And in the end, it's bad advice.
Thank you, helicopter departing.
All right, helo's moving. They give you advice on something that, you know, is a good thing, but it's bad, right? Bad. Oh, you ride on your, if you get tired, don't worry, ride on the arches of your feet. Don't worry about keeping your, it's okay to sit down. Like they might have gotten away with that and they spread that, but then in the end, it's actually, no, that's fundamentally wrong. You shouldn't be doing that when you know, if you get into the whole coaching side of it.
But and I think that's what I was trying to say earlier as well, is to find somebody that speaks your language, right? Like I still can't stand and ride, dude. Like I sit and ride, and it works for me. And if it comes to, I mean, I've been sitting myself up specifically in for dunes and sand because that was what I struggled with. And you know, we technically what we teach there goes against what a lot of people teach, but it works. So that's why I think it's so important that everybody builds up their own repertoire of what works for them. What I've learned is there's a level at how fast I can go sitting, but I go plenty fast enough to go sitting that I can still pass people, like, you know. But yes, I'm never gonna reach that level of, you know, the top athletes when I'm sitting and riding, because there are physical limitations to my style.
The finish line flags are set up, so they've got their timing marked. We're now going to work on the easy up generator, clock, that kind of thing. Otherwise, pretty much ready to go.
As race hops, copy finish line being set up. Yeah, and that's interesting. Everybody was stand up. You got to be standing, you know. But I guess
The essential flags are in place.
You know, it's about the efficiency. You have, that's interesting, because obviously riding, sitting down, you change the position of the bike, you change but if you can do that quickly, I mean, I'm sure like there's a lot of these fast roads that you could be standing up on, or you could be sitting down on. I guess it's that balance, right? That you find like, okay, this is my style. This is what I do. So I don't get tired and I feel comfortable. And I can see that from the adventure bike side of things, only because adventure bike guys, they most of the time will ride sitting down in the dirt. And I think I've of the school, you got to be standing up. But when they stand up, it's like this whole other world for them. Like they're not even riding a bike. Like it's almost to the point where like it's almost like when they see sand, they freak out because they're not used to turning the bike. They're not used to using their weight. The bike handle's completely different for them. So it's interesting, that balance, you know, and especially on something like this, because, you know, this is today's stage. What are these? They're running, what is it, over, I have it over, let me see if I can, we're 150, 160 miles of just stage, and then plus still, you know, the liaison doesn't count. You're on the highway or whatever, but you know, there's still a lot of riding that has to happen, and whatever you do to conserve energy, because you're doing this today, you did this yesterday, and you're going to do it again tomorrow. So what you save today and tomorrow just kind of starts adding up.
Yep, and then comes the dunes. So
the cherry on top.
Stage 4 of this year, I'm watching with Hawkeyes. You know, the guys are in for a treat. Really, there's some really good nav in there. It's going to be fun. It's going to really change the standings. And we'll see. You know, we have a good group of guys this year, but the reason I started doing sand and dune clinics is because I saw that at every time a rally hits the sand, you have a 20 to 30% attrition rate. And every rally is more data, so we're going to see this year if it's the same. But it's one of those things where you always have to plan that the next day is going to be harder than the previous one. And if you can do that, that's fine. I mean, to your comment though, Victor, I want to be very clear. I'm not making a case for sitting or standing. I'm making a case for there's a line between being comfortable and efficient, and then there's a line between performing at an athlete level. And it's the same with an RFR, right? A KTM RFR is built for the 5% of athletes. So I struggle with a bike, especially the new one. Like, the new RFR is a really hard bike for me to ride. I ride it and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this bike. But every top athlete rides it and they're like, this thing is amazing. And that bike wasn't built for me. It was built for the top 5%. So I'm just always cautious because of the journey that I've had about how much of the formal riding training and advice do we get is for us as individuals versus the 5%. I understand that if I want to be the fastest in the world, I have to stand. But the gap between what I'm going sitting and the feeling I feel like when I'm standing, I'm still going faster than I'm sitting. And I understand that now that means I'm limited. I'm limited in the control of the bike. I'm limited in my reaction time. But I'm still beating people that's standing the whole day. So I'm okay with it because I know I'm not going to be number one in Dakar. So I'm more okay with just doing what I'm doing. So it's so many people have passed through my hands that was fighting what they should be doing instead of because in their mind, they're like, I should be doing this, I should be doing this. And it's like, well, what's the point? What's the end goal? Like, is your end goal to go faster or to be more comfortable, or is it to finish the rally? If it's to finish the rally, our goals are different. Let's take a step back. So to that point, because I'm intensely interested in this, if you stand up, are you comfortable? Do you feel that you're in control when you're riding standing up?
Yeah, that's you're right. It is a balance of you versus the terrain, and how are you going to handle that best? And like you said, if you're, some people, those people might be overthinking that part of it, right? I got to stand up. Or my coach said, stand up. If you're sitting, you're slow. If you're sitting, you're slow.
Yeah.
And then, and then they do the, I kind of want to stand up, but then they do the prairie dog thing, right? Where they're like, perked up, handle, everything is just straight and tense.
Meerkat.
And meerkat, yeah. I think they call it, in the ADV world, they call it peacocking, like the peacocks. When
I thought that was something sexual. Okay, I didn't know that's bike thing.
Not at all. The guys are moving, and God, remember, we've gone through this before. There's that delicate balance. I see somebody stopped, and people that were watching the screen, they saw how the screen disappeared really quick for the tracking. So I go in, I send messages to the riders when I see that they're stopped. I look at what time I notice that they were stopped. If by the next, few minutes, I don't see a movement, I will send them a message. Murphy's Law, though, is I will send the message. I go back to the main screen, and they updated.
And they've moved. Yeah.
And they've moved.
Well, if anybody knows your pain, it's me. I understand.
And meerkatting, yeah, Justin Smith. And so that's I sent a message to Kieran, and I'm sure that, it was in a canyon. It probably didn't, it didn't ping, or it did, but right at that second, it was at 0. Like he might've stopped for something. And then it updates, he's moving. And then I get a message saying yes. So it's like, damn, he was moving, he was racing. I just basically forced him to stop and say yes or no in this case, yes, on the Rallycom. So that's the balance. How far do you let it go before you send a message and be like, okay, this is a concern. But good old Murphy's Law. So These guys are moving. Let's see where. Let's see.
While they're
Naran is
having
at
a look
the
at
fuel.
that, I'm gonna step out 1 second. I'll be back. Just give me 1 sec.
All right. So we'll put them on mute here for just a second. But yeah, these guys are absolutely moving. We are looking at fuel stop for these guys. So they're going to be somewhere down, let's see here, kilometer 152 for these guys. Let's see. On the waypoint table you had up a minute ago, is Naran's tracker not working again? Nope, it is working. He's pinging. You can see him on the screen right now. So there are, again, when you get into some of these sections back over here, like where they were up, you know, kind of next to hills or running in these sections, there's a chance that it may not ping for a sec. Or depending, you know, if these guys are hanging out, they are antennas, they are required to have them exposed. But sometimes depending on the rider, if they lean over the bars, they physically create a barrier and it may not actually send it. I'm not necessarily worried about it. It's when I'm missing 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 pings, then it becomes, you know, to me becomes an issue. But obviously we're keeping a track on them. I have another system where I'm watching basically like the micro updates where it's telling me that, you know, it pinged at this waypoint, it pinged at this kilometer, or it's looking for this next kilometer. So let's see. No, you had a table up this way. Yeah. So provisional results table only populates when they cross a checkpoint. If there are no checkpoints that they have crossed, it will not be showing a time. When they cross that checkpoint is when it will actually populate a time. It triggers the unit to say, all right, I'm reporting back my times. So yeah, a couple different things going on there, but yeah, and then the checkpoints, it's kind of almost the same thing. There's very specifics on like how you set up a checkpoint versus other waypoints around it to give the unit time to process and send data and stuff like that. I'm not going to get into that. I may or may not be trade secret type stuff, but yeah, no. There are 2 checkpoints on today's route and they are not there yet. So we'll, let me see here. Scrolling through the road book here really quick where they were at. Usually pretty easy to see. I know we had, there we go. So check 2 is at kilometer 206. And then dogs are going nuts. Sounds like somebody's here. They should have, actually, he should have already crossed one of the checkpoints.
Yeah, I think is it checkpoint 108? What does 108?
Yeah.
Is there...
So I mean, I don't want to get in trouble for showing this. So I'll have the provisional results discussion again, and I know it's kind of the same people hanging out, been watching this, but provisional results do not include penalties. So speed zones, it could be a checkpoint. Yes, there are some calculations in there, but they are not based on the organization. It's just kind of a flat rate. That is then given to the organization. The organization then applies the penalties according to that. But if we were just playing the fantasy league game right now, Alan Mason was the fastest through the first checkpoint on the course with a time of 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 58 seconds. Ryan Norino with 1:42.41. Johnson 1:44.07, Lube 1:44.39. So I do not see Naran on here yet. That doesn't mean he missed the waypoint. We don't want to give that impression.
You went through it so quickly that it didn't ping, probably.
Yeah, it didn't ping. Yeah, or I mean, it was outside of it or whatever it is. I mean, there's a million and one things. The one thing that I rest assured on is that the rally comp unit is tracking himself. We're kind of backseat when it comes to results and stuff like that. So the rally comp unit on the bike is what's doing the actual work. What we get to see is when the rally comp sends out the information. But again, if it's busy doing other things, it's busy doing other things. And we would rather have it doing those other things than keeping us informed about something like this. So let's see here. I hope that doesn't sound harsh.
No, I mean, it's the same anywhere, right? I mean, the rally comp is collecting the data. What we get to see is a bonus, right? The data is only the data once it's uploaded at the end. This is transmitting as they're driving, and I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah.
So the good thing is, and is that for people that don't understand is that the data that's being transmitted is not necessarily, I mean, there could be issues and glitches in that, but the Rallycomp stores the track on board physically in its memory, which is why you'll see on that timetable there's an EOS. And once they upload it at the EOS, that's when the stored data from the Rallycomp track effectively gets overlaid with the track of the day, and that's where you see the penalties then populate.
Yep. Yeah, and in this case, we have there's Michael Hordbeck, a actual true to life rally navigator. This is what he's moonlighting as, but he's in the ops trailer. They're physically on course, and then it's a combination between Rick from Rallycomp and himself to calculate the results. So Rallycomp provides the raw data to them. Go for Victor. Administrative checks here in just a sec. So this is, this is one of the rally things here is trying to figure out in certain cases, it turns into a long day really, really quick for these guys and mechanicals and things like that. And so at some point you have to say, okay, guys, we've had long discussions about this, right, Willem? It's like, at what point do you shoulder tap somebody and just say, hey, hate to do this, bud, but.
Yeah, look, it's a very what do you call it? Objective, is that the word? Subjective, emotional discussion. Like I'm of the old rally ethos that you should be allowed to fight until the sun comes up the next day. There's all of the great rally stories that we all know is about tenacity and perseverance, and somebody that fought through the night to get back and then just made their start time the next day. And I mean, again, now we're getting high level discussions, but there's a big difference between using volunteers and using paid staff, right? So if you have somebody, even if it's paying them $50, we have a contract then, right? We have a social contract that I choose to be here, to be remunerated for way less than I'm deserved, but at least I'm getting something for it. And therefore I am in an employment scenario versus a volunteer scenario. Because so many times I've seen that people are like, well, we can't have, I don't know, 5, 10, 20 people sit out here for one guy. And I'm like, well, the guy is fighting for his life out there. He should be given the chance to finish. So I'm squarely in the camp of, look, if you as a volunteer has to be there out there all night, that's why we're there. We are there to support and to help the riders. The concept of the fast guys and the hard racing, that's what the FIM is for. But even then, those guys are prepared to wait out there for the people to finish. So again, it's one of those things that maybe when we have our rally roadbook navigation summit somewhere in the US, we can discuss this. But I feel like it's the ethos of rally. I mean, I've had to tap people out, and I hate to do it, but for me, and I know you hate to do it. I mean, anybody hates to do it, but to me, there's only one way, and that's if it's a purely like a safety perspective, right? So if the guy is making mistakes over and over and over because he's too tired, and he's now made 3 or 4 mistakes in a row, and I can see that his riding style is so that he's a danger to himself, or if a helicopter can't fly or something like that. But if it's just a function of time, I feel like you should be left to fight a good fight, right? You're not in the running to win anyway. You're just there to finish. So I'm a big proponent of keeping guys out there, or giving them the opportunity to be out there and fight for as long as they can. But sometimes the actual physical limitations of running the race gets in the way.
Trying to locate a couple of points here on the map, so it'll take me just a sec.
No stress, buddy.
All right. Yeah, that's man, where do we rewind to, right? It's always the hard. This is always the hard part. It's like, all right, come on, guys, let's go. These guys here in these canyons right here. they're moving. It shows that they're moving and at speed, but it's like, man, they got a little ways to go. These are our currently showing on the map. There are our back markers. Looks like they were losing, as far as the bikes go, a little bit of time lost for Donovan and Baker. Payne obviously on track.
Roughly, where's that on the kilometers on the roadbook? Victor, do you have a rough idea? I'm just trying to think if I can, I'm trying to think in my mind roughly where that is on the stage.
What is going on there? Yeah, let me see here. If I know that their kilometer 96 is up here near this point right here. So 96 is there, and then
yeah, but you see, all
probably
of those
going to
are
be in the 60 or 70s.
Oh, okay. Because up until there, yeah, but it's still, those are all pretty wide open roads. Like, it's pretty fast out there. So I'm wondering what it is. This is the fun part of this, right? You're always wondering, like, what are they experiencing? Because, like, I can envision exactly what it's like where they're at.
Yeah. No, and that is, you know, and I like when I see this. So this in particular, I know that they were stopped. This is what triggered that message of like, you know, yeah, I send them a message to say, okay, where are you guys at? You know, are you okay? And then they ping and then they move. So I know that they were stopped, likely mechanical or something. You know, either they could have been lost. They could have been trying to get their bearings straight, working together as a team. You know, deciding who's gonna open the waypoint. Or, you know, strategy or whatever, you know, and so, yeah, they'll fall behind, but then all of a sudden they'll start pinging. And yeah, based on, you know, 86 kilometers per hour, 74, 72 kilometers per hour. So that's, you know, as you can imagine, that's when the unit pinged, this is where I'm at. This is how fast I'm going is basically what I'm seeing, what we're seeing. Yep. Yeah, Scott with a good point. Hogwild Scott is, let's see, we'll show this one up on the stream. Keep in mind, if a competitor is running very late, the sweep crew is being held up too, affecting others who maybe broke down on the course. It's very hard for a small org to allow for very late riders. And that is very, very true. You know, you start spreading resources across a greater distance. You know, if you want to have, I mean, it's something crazy. So remember a couple of years ago, we did the Sonora Rally edition that was the W2RC, and I got to pick the brain of the guys from the ASO. And, you know, data points like we can be anywhere on course with a helicopter between 5 to 7 minutes. So they're going, excuse me? I mean, in those stages, 600 kilometers. What was the longest stage you did at the Dakar? Do you remember?
1,000 Ks, I think, or 800 Ks or something like that. It was so a long stage.
For those
but,
playing
we
the
had
home
18
game.
helicopters.
Yeah.
86, I had in front of me on my way to Caborca.
El Capitan.
Copy. First vehicle, 86 kilometers. So, yeah, it's...
From the finish line, Russ and Stretch have the complete setup for our first racer to come through. Over now.
Copy. Finish line setup. Stand by for location of first rider. It's crazy that they can actually get helicopters, the amount of helicopters, and to cover that big of a stage. I mean, 1,000 kilometers, 620, that's like me... For those of you playing the home game here in California, that's in San Diego, me driving to Las Vegas and then come back in the same day. Yeah, no. I could think of much better things to do.
I think the operative word or the point to focus on what Scott said, which is very true, which again we all very quickly forget. Well, not forget, but we miss is he used the words for a small organization, right? So I love to do this analogy for the race car guys, which is not the same as the org, but it's the same concept. Is if you look what a South African race crew does, like let's call Century Racing, you know, they build a car for quarter of the price of anybody else, and then they still perform at the Dakar. And you look at their size of their team and what it cost. So, if we want to compare apples to apples, to Scott's point, like the organization of Sonora or the organization of Baja, how many people are we in the organization versus what do we produce, what do we put out? And again, from seeing races all over the world and being involved in different race orgs, I do think that without a shadow of doubt, the quality of what racers get in North America for what they pay for is unparalleled. And I actually had a bit of a rant about that at the Baja Rally when somebody said something, because I was like, hey, guy, you don't understand what you're getting for what you're paying for. So given Scott's point there, yes, I fully agree that, when you have a small organization, you don't have 5 or 6 belay trucks that can pick people up. You don't have limited or unlimited helicopter or air power. Then you have to work with what you've got. And I think the US organizations do a spectacular job with what the resources they have. And then we have more constraints. And one of those constraints is then effectively pulling somebody off of the course, which in a perfect world I wouldn't like to do. But the point being, what about the 5 guys ahead of them that's broken down or that needs help?
Yeah. Well, and it's an interesting point, right? If you think about how the org views the race, the course, right? These guys don't know, right? They know where the next node is, but they know, like, okay, these guys have no idea that they're getting into this rocky, sandy area. They have no idea they're getting into these really, really big dunes coming up. And if they're not here by this time, then they're not going to be over there by that. Like, you have to trust that the org also knows, like, okay, like, this is where we sent these guys, where we're going to be sending them to, but what do you mean? Why is my time expired? Why am I being pulled off the course? The sun's, it's barely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and where you're thinking, well, I've only got 100 Ks to go. Those 100 Ks will make you question your life choices. But, but at the same time, it's like, you got to trust that the org, like, look, the first thing isn't like, pull them, time to go. It's not, that decision comes with weight. It doesn't just come because, we'll just, so there's more to it. But yeah, it absolutely sucks when you get to that point. And it's really, really cool to see, how organized this is. I have the list of, this is the anticipated times. Hey, if guys aren't by this point, by this time, it's time for them to move on. We're going to have to do something, make a decision.
Yeah, and that's something we do a lot. I mean, you were part of that when we were doing that at Baja, which was, there was that one specific very long stage where we worked out average speeds and lower speeds. And it's like, this is the absolute minimum slowest speed you can go and still finish the day, which means if you're not doing the speed, you're not going to finish the day no matter where you're at. And I don't know if you'll recall, but we had progressive cutoffs for the day, and I love that. But for me, as a race director, the key there is communication. Because I stand in both roles as a racer and a race director, it's very important to me that as a racer, I want to have the relevant information. So if I'm at an event, I like it if an event organizer tells me, hey, we are going to have cutoffs today or we're not, because that informs the way that I ride. Or, hey, today's a long day and the second half is really technical. So it's really important that you're by the refuel by 1 o'clock. As a racer, I want that information so that I can plan my day or my strategy based on that, because I might be a racer that's just there for the fun and just wanting to enjoy the ride. And if I had come from a different continent and I had paid thousands of dollars to be there, I would have made a different choice if I had known that I was going to get cut, because I was just taking my time. So I think, and again, the organizations are doing a good job at it. I'm just saying, theoretically, I think it is important to convey that information to riders ahead of time.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I mean, I guess we've talked about this in numerous different areas. As you want to fight from the position of "I told you so." You know, I told you guys that, you know, this is you've set an expectation so that there's no hard feelings when you get to that. You know, and
Exactly.
sometimes, you know, maybe the underdog, right? He's going to push just a little bit harder, you know, get just a little bit out of his comfort zone, and it's going to be a little bit more of a fight. They're going to remember that a little bit more, you know, but it's being realistic. And I think that holds a lot of weight, you know, especially when it comes from a race organization that is formed up of racers, to be able to tell you, it's like, look, guys, this isn't what we want to do, but we kind of have to do it. And in Rally Raid, I mean, it's kind of a unique thing, I think, that in Rally Raid, any area that, you know, I mean, you guys can see the map up on any of these areas, any of these roads could all of a sudden, you know, yeah, I was going good, and then I zigged when I should have zagged, and so you might think, oh, they only got 20 kilometers to the cutoff point. Well, they take a wrong turn, and now they made it, you know, they basically took the long way. It was almost like they were avoiding that waypoint rather than trying to get it. So it really does present a lot of different, a lot of different challenges from the organization side. You know, okay, how do we make this fair for everybody? How do we give everybody a fighting chance? But then how do we keep everybody safe? You know, I don't want a 150 or 200 kilometer spread between my first rider and my last rider. You know, I would like to have everybody kind of grouped together. So, yeah, there's a lot to consider. And I'm trying to figure out why this thing looks like it's got stitches.
Those are probably just for water erosion, little, you know, we call it just like bumps that they put in the road to stop the road from becoming a river. You put it in with a grader so that the water doesn't flow when it rains and just dams up. Otherwise, the road becomes a river.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You basically draw the the way you want it to go, the water to flow. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting the things that you see. We'll zoom out here to get a size here, and you're going to see a bunch of rally comp units. These, no worries, these aren't people stranded. This is just where units have been powered on and off and have checked. Let's see, as we get to I was showing this yesterday. I mean, look at this from the satellite image. How big are these dunes?
They're pretty big. I will say that the dunes in Sonora are pretty spectacular. And definitely anybody that's watching this that hasn't ridden there, it's worth it. Like, you know, I really enjoy it. They actually, as dunes go, they're pretty good to ride because their slip faces are pretty consistent. So that's really, really nice. And it's become one of my favorite places to ride down there. It's a very special desert, and we only get to ride in a very small part of them. That's even crazier.
Wow. Yeah, that is. Yeah,
stage four is gonna be very interesting to watch.
That's going to be the icing on the cake, right? And everybody thought they were getting off easily. Mm-hmm. No, I saw, you know, it's interesting. I've already, you know, I've seen the road books, and like you were saying, there was a lot of there's some pretty good HP sections in there. And
some very long ones. Yep.
Yeah. So what, you know, that's the way I look at it, you know, it's easy for me from a satellite view to be like, oh yeah, if it was me, this is what I would do. But the line gets drawn in a straight line, but it's definitely, there's going to be, you can't assume you're going to take a straight line, right, on HP sections.
Yeah, look, obviously it depends on the terrain and the type of dunes. In Sonora, you can actually draw a pretty straight line. It depends on, you know, if you're going with the dunes, if you're going against the dunes. But most of the time the dunes would kick you in a direction, and it's very hard to stick to the exact cap most of the time. And I think also it's something to keep in mind is that, you know, there's a few rallies in the world, that not many, that you get to do these massive long HPs, which makes Sonora Rally pretty special in that regard, because in something like Dakar, you do the point in Dakar is they don't want people to get lost, right? So you're traversing from point A to point B. So in Dakar specifically, you're gonna cross a dune field into a chott, and then you're gonna go down the chott, and then you're gonna cross another dune field. So in Dakar and a lot of the big rallies, you kind of just cross dune fields. In Abu Dhabi Desert Challenge, that's a different scenario. There, they send you through the most difficult dunes they can find, but even then, you have short cap runs between the different dunes. So Sonora Rally is, I mean, it's not the only one. It's not completely unique, but it's special for the fact that you get to do long cap runs on cap C in straight lines. It's great practice, but it's also great riding. I remember, can't remember which year it was. There was like a 17K cap run that I did, and I was like, how cool is this? I get to do one cap for 17Ks. That's rare. You do not see that very often in rallies, not even in Dakar. You have way more direction changes. So that makes the dunes in Sonora pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just right now as we were looking, and Scott just said those dunes are vast, 10 times wider area than Glamis, way more remote and taller. Rode those dunes on a wait, excuse me? I rode those dunes on a sidecar, crazy hard. That experience is great part of why Sonora Rally came to exist 10 years later.
That is crazy, Scott. I mean,
Scott, we need to hear about this story.
Yeah. Ask him. Oh, he's here. Scott, were you the driver or were you the sidecar operator? That's a very important point. That is crazy, man. All right.
Yeah, I'm getting some information here for Darren, but are you going to have? I know we've been taking up your time.
I didn't realize we're having this much fun, buddy. It's been a few hours. Yeah, I have to slowly get moving, but I can still keep you company for a few minutes. It's what, 2.5 hours, man. We've really been covering all of the pressing issues in rally today.
Yeah, we now know we're gonna solve the rally problems. I wonder if we could get. If we could get Scott on here if he wants to join us.
Well, I'll definitely I'll log in if we get Scott on there. So yeah, see, Mr. Scott, if you wanna join us or Victor in one of these days, let us know and reach out to him. It would be good to maybe we should ask Scott to join us on stage 4. I mean, he's the creator of those routes. It would be great to hear his feedback and his input on the dune stages.
Yes, agreed. All right, we're getting messages. Do you hear the message alert on your side? Did you just hear that?
No, I've somehow managed to put that off.
Okay, I don't. I hear it loud. Like you've been in the office. You know the message.
I know. You would see me jump on the screen if I heard that. Don't worry.
Let's see here. We got to report back. Okay. we've got a report of a mechanical concern for our vehicle 207. So now we're starting the messaging process, see if they can self-heal this thing or if they're going to need some assistance. Let's see. There we go. Got some things going here. Man. So what's next for you, Willem?
Oh man, the reason I'm not down there is I was supposed to be in the Middle East. So, the current scenario is giving me a little bit of a headache. But I am on standby to go over there and see what's what. I've been, for the last year, I've been very heavily involved in the Middle East, and we've set up a team out there, and we're busy with the championship out there. And, there's a lot of time, energy, and investment that went into that. So I need to get over there and kind of do a damage assessment and see what the way forward is. And then, I don't know, it's pretty rough. We had an entire year booked out. We were going to do Ruta 40 and then Rally de Maroc and then Dakar. And that now has pretty much fallen by the wayside. So I'm busy working on different scenarios and backup plans. But my own training event that we do every year, the Namibia Roadbook Camp, is still happening no matter what. We have great turnout for that. I'm so excited for Namibia. We're really stepping it up this year. Every year we try and make it better, but this year it's like I'm mixing in a bit of tourism with a bit of actual riding clinic and not just all out navigation. So we have a 3-day riding clinic, and then we have 5 days of super advanced navigation in massive dunes, Sonora-style dunes, just without camel grass. And what makes Namibia so amazing is it's on the Atlantic. So you have the stark relief of the Atlantic Ocean, and then you have these massive sand dunes that just roll into the ocean. It's a very, very special place. And the food and the people in Namibia is just outstanding. So I'm currently kind of throwing myself into Namibia 100%.
Nice.
And we use that for a lot of Dakar prep. So it's nice because you get to rub shoulders with guys that either been to Dakar or going to Dakar. And then we'll see. I'm still hoping to get to Ruta, although the chances are diminishing by the day. And then I guess until I've been back to Dubai, I wouldn't have 100% certainty of the year, but it will involve road books and it will involve rally. I just don't know to what extent. So.
You know what I would like to do is start traveling to some of these places you tell me you go. Namibia sounds awesome.
Namibia is as I wish there's a way to make it cheaper. It's hard because you have to get there. It is in the middle of nowhere, but that's its real attraction is that. But maybe what we'll do this year is, I mean, you and I get along very well, so maybe we'll do a podcast or a video call or something from there and show you guys what it looks like out there. It is phenomenal. And it's not just the riding, the entire experience. Like I said, the people, the food, the adventure. It's something different.
Nice. Yeah, one of these days. But yeah, I think that would be. I mean, now with this, like I'm liking this live stream type stuff. Honestly, it's very easy. It's much easier for me because I don't have to do post-production stuff. I don't have to download it, upload it, edit it, do all of that stuff. And I think it kind of goes back to the origins of the podcast where, it was like no editing involved, no, let me delete this part because it's just me rambling or whatever it is. It makes it much easier.
So, it's more raw. Awesome. I mean, I think the next one is just we need to get some, like, I don't know, drinks or something. We need to get a little bit more animated. So I think I think we should have one where we just like do drink for drink and we see how long we can talk nonsense.
But then there's got to be some kind of sobriety thing that we do to make sure we don't go a breathalyzer test, so we don't go overboard.
Yeah, not during the race. This would be a exercise for after.
Yeah, no, correct. Yeah, absolutely not. Okay. All right. So we were having a mechanical concern with one of the competitors, but looks like it can be, they can self-address it. So we'll report that back.
All right.
All right, Willem, I know you got to get going.
Yeah, buddy. Well, thank you. Thank you for everybody that was watching. This was so much fun, Victor. I am looking forward to hear the feedback of all of the guys today. Hopefully it was a fun, good stage for everybody. Hopefully everybody finishes safely. And I will do my best to check in with you guys as the week progresses. I know it's going to be a great race. So thanks for everything. Thanks for the live stream. It really makes a big difference and make us all feel a little bit more connected. So we really appreciate everything you do. We know it's a lot of work.
Yeah, no, I greatly appreciate you taking the time to come on and talk to us a little bit about the stage and share some knowledge. I mean, it's huge in the rally world. You know, what you're doing, you know, helping people, you know, coaching into the Dakar, but not only that, but just like even just first road books and doing all of the stuff that you've done. Obviously it's paying off. We need more of that in this sport if we want the sport to grow, you know, and or continue.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, we'll keep fighting the good fight. So I think our next aim would be to get you to Namibia. I mean, you could do a live stream from there rather than from California. We need to create a groundswell to get you there. Maybe BMW. BMW is huge in Namibia. You should get BMW to say, hey, let's send a representative over there.
Yeah, that's what I need. Maybe I need to go to, well, hopefully they're not watching this stream, but I'm supposed to be at work right now.
Are you sick?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks again, Victor. Yeah. Good luck. Hopefully it's a safe stage. Everybody that's watching, thank you so much. And yeah, share the word so that we can get Chasing Waypoints out there. Make sure you share it with your friends.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, buddy.
Hasta luego. All right.
Hasta luego, señor.
All right. All right. So always fun having Willem on and then talking the war stories, all of the other things we have done with this rally stuff, man. It's really cool. I'm trying to remember when the first time I met him. I know obviously it was at one of the rallies. And I know that we started talking, this was, I think I first talked to him just after that CV19 era. And he was at Sonora Rally, and I wasn't able to make it. And then, you know, a couple of months after that, we connected and we started talking about, well, by then I already had the podcast, and we were talking a little bit about it. So yeah, it's been a few years, that is for sure. All right, let's jump back over to the chat. I will get the screen going up here in just a sec, as we've got guys moving. Cool. All right. There you go. So you guys can see this. So I know they are getting close. I believe we've got a couple more choice waypoints to go through. I will go ahead and take a look at this and make sure we've got our FSS. All right. So let's see here. Okay. So this is where they are finishing all the way over here. Now, this isn't the finish. This stops the clock. This stops the race clock, but they're still going to have to commute to the hotel or to the bivouac in Caborca. So before that, though, they still got to navigate their way all the way around. And here's one waypoint, but you know, purposely not showing some of the other ones that are here. But as Willem and I were talking a little bit earlier, if you turn them all on, this is a waypoint forest. There are a ton of waypoints down in here that these guys are going to have to capture the flag. So We'll see Kieran working his way around. He's headed out to, looks like we're getting up in some of these hill sections here. But from what we see, it looks like it's Kieran, Johnson, McCoy, Mason, Alonso, Barreau, Norino, Ryan hanging out here. So we're going to send him a message here. We'll mark it at 11:50. See how he is doing there. I've not gotten a message from him otherwise, so I think we're doing all right. Man, it's been a day already. And yeah, as predicted, definitely going to be a fast stage for these guys today. We are barely at 11:51, and they have got 13 fuel neutralization. Finished stage 1. They're thinking opening at 11:45-ish is when they are going to be. I think they're expecting the first guys, which is past now. Oh, that was, nope, that was actually the opening time. That was opening time for the finish line is at 11:45. So those guys right on point, actually opening up a little bit early, which is good. Let's see here. At 11:30. Yeah. Very nice. Man, these guys are moving. All right. Well, let's see where we're going. All right. Ryan now back underway, as you guys can see him there. See, this is where, like I literally just said it two minutes ago, is you get, I see him, he stopped. You don't want to send a message on the first hit because he was already moving by the time I saw him. So if I would have sent a message, that would have been probably, yeah. Why are you bugging me? All right. So Mike Johnson moving as well. Naran moving as well. So everybody is making it happen as they work their way to. They still got this waypoint over here. I know there's waypoints in between that they're going to have to capture the flag on as they get out over to this section. And then they get ultimately onto the finish. They're going to have about a 25-ish or so liaison to get out of the stage and get back to the hotel. Finishing up in Caborca. What are we looking at temperature-wise? Yeah, see, it's been climbing little by little, leaving that 73 degrees comfortable down here in Puerto Libertad and working their way now into the 90s as we approach the noontime. So very, very interesting. And now wind-wise, let's see, that's what that's the temperature. Where's our wind? All right, looks like we've got that 0 to 0 mile an hour breeze. Little bit of breeze going on there as these guys are getting out of here. So this is the important stuff, and you can kind of see how the wind is swirling around up on the hills where they're out there playing right now. So a little breeze coming in on this side as they get around and then as they head out. So not bad. I mean, obviously they're moving, but you know, I don't know. I guess it's kind of like riding around in an oven. Yeah, I guess that would be the way of figuring it out. So let's see here. Let's go on. Yep, everybody is moving along. Awesome. These little mini dune sections here that they get into. That still looks pretty. See, these look, we were just looking at a little bit ago up closer to San Luis. Now you look at these. These, I mean, these look small. These are like little mini. They look like baby dunes, but maybe they're not. Still in the heat, though, and doing this, you got to have a really good rhythm. The good thing, I know Mike Johnson is a dune connoisseur. He loves riding in the dunes. So I think that he can make up some time here. Obviously, Kieran has, basically put the, I don't know, does he? I know he can ride conservatively. He can ride smart, but I mean, he is laying it down and making his way to the end of the stage. Still a little ways to go. And we will see here shortly how it goes. Let's see here. Helicopter checking in on the chat, making sure we know our helicopter is where it needs to be. Everybody is looking good. Let's check back in down below. We were keeping an eye on guys, seeing as they move through. Looks like we're still waiting on 207 to move, but looks like the rest of the guys are moving along quite nicely. So yeah, definitely, as Willem was saying, some very fast roads down here, 70 kilometers an hour as they move along. But yeah, these are our back markers currently on the stage. Those mini dunes are very difficult, which is why the course skirts the edge of them. So from Scott there, and yeah, I'm sure the guys thank you for that. From my understanding, these mini dunes are a pain. You can't get up to speed. You can't get a rhythm going. You can't really surf them. You don't have longer distances between them. You constantly have to be either changing directions or making decisions, and obviously that's not going to put together a very smooth route for these guys. So we will see as they move their way through. Looks like we're on some fast roads here for these guys. Look at this. We're in a wash here, but that looks a little more gravelly than what these guys have been running. So, yeah. Is Gus holding up the show again? No, I think he was back up and moving. Let's check on him. All right, these are the guys here at the fuel stop. And let's go back. Make sure everybody is moving. All right. Now let's see where he is at. We'll get a picture of him here in just a second. All right. Last check was 77 kilometers an hour. Yeah, he's moving good. Making things happen on a road. Or at least we think. See, this is the interesting part of rally. If you have been through these sections, if you've ridden these road books and you say, oh, I've been down this road a million times, I've done this, I've done that, blah, da, 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 da. That is all fun and games. And I've even heard Mike Johnson say it's all fun and games until you're headed down that road, you're comfortable. I know I've been here before, and then you're looking for, it's a quarter turn throttle, but you're looking for 2/3. I mean, just absolutely pinned. And then the road book goes that way because last year you went straight. This year you're going that way, and you assume now the guys that are looking ahead, they know what they need to be doing. But if they, how should I say this? If you assume you know where you're going, that's a very big chance that you can make that mistake. You get comfortable, you think about something else, and next thing you know, you blow right past that road book note, and now you're in trouble. Now you got to turn around again. So Willem talked about it. Speed is one thing, but navigating correctly is another thing and a much bigger part of it. You could be the fastest guy heading in the wrong direction, as Skylar House would say. So it's definitely a challenge. And for these guys, you don't know. I mean, you don't know. It's definitely interesting. You get comfortable and you could get a section, especially knowing that there are the ability to do an HP section. So to kind of give you guys an idea, we'll just look at this. As an example, you've got a road coming down the screen here, and you say, I like this road. This road is awesome, except I also like this road over here. But these roads, well, yeah, I'm sure they're going to connect, but you could always say, well, why don't we just send them at kilometer this, that, or the other? You're going to make a left and you're just going to HP, horse piste. And you're just going to cut across the desert, make your own route until you get to that faint little road that is really, really awesome. So that's where things change. You can't assume you're constantly following a road and that's it. Well, of course we're going to take this road down to the other road. Now the road book does tell you in certain parts, you can look at, if the road book was put together with the level of detail, the road book roads, the way that they are shown can change. It could go from a highway to a broken road to, a smaller piece or barely visible tracks, off-road tracks. I'm trying to remember, there's 4 or 5 types. So you have that ability to send people out into the wild, and now if you're looking ahead in the road book, you understand that. You'll see that, okay, there's an HP section coming up. That means I love this graded road, but we're about to turn off of it at this kilometer. So things like that to watch out for and not get comfortable in rally. So I don't know what's more difficult. If it's, picking when you have a bunch of little roads, quick direction changes, or you have to be watching out and navigate an HP section. Because if you get it wrong, you could be several meters off in the wrong direction. Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. But let's go check in with everybody and kind of take a look. Looks like we've got the final guys coming up here. All right. Looks like we've got a fix still happening down here. All right. We got our competitor up on the highway headed back out. Cool. So we have got movement. Everybody moving along. Now Mike Johnson coming up over and out here. So nice. Man, going on 3 hours. These guys are 3 hours in and more than halfway past. So not bad. Taking a look at the road book here. Let's see what they got going on. Try and get an idea. If these guys just got past note 136. So note 136 for these guys represents kilometer 170. So these guys are thoroughly past it. They are headed towards note 184, which is going to be kilometer 224. So short distance remaining after they get to that 224. But like I said, they're in the, you can kind of see by the way that everybody's kind of spread out in this section, they're in that waypoint forest. So a lot of boxes to check if you want to consider each waypoint a box to check, because I know the rally comp does and is willing to penalize you for missing one. Let's see here as we go down. Jorge Cano, Road to Dakar, making it happen. So he still has to finish. So just because he's the only competitor in the category doesn't mean he gets an automatic, oh, cool, you signed up and took a stage. Doesn't work that way. So he's going to still have to finish. And then we've got also, let's see, there he is. He was headed back down. Looks like we're getting to the next checkpoint here in just a second. Kilometer 206. Very nice. Yeah, so a lot of movement going on. See how this shakes loose here. We're going to try and get Matt Ransom from Off Piste on the phone a little bit later today, or in the chat here a little bit later. See how he is doing. Let's see. Goss holding up the show again, Victor. He probably ran out of airbag canisters again. Oh man, not bad. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to step away for a quick second here. We'll leave you guys at one of the notes here, and you guys can watch that. I will be right back. All right, so we are getting close. You see the finish line over here, and then you see our first rider, Kieran Naran, working his way. Going to be, according to the clock, is looking like 27 kilometers out. So very nice. You guys are almost there. Leader through CP2. When a couple more pass through, we should know who's leading on time. Yes. All right. Let me, I'll take a quick peek. Both Mike Johnson and Kieran are through 3:04:38 and 3:13:31. So that is the current difference, or the current times. Again, I see this is what I'm saying. There are penalties here, but this is not organizational. This is just a provisional. It's more like a tally sheet, but it's like a rough draft. We'll go with that. So those, again, are provisional at this time. Mike Johnson, Kieran Naran, and then we'll see as these guys start showing up what it looks like. We'll check back in here just a second. But man, as predicted, it was a fast stage so far. All right. Guys are moving through. Okay, so we've got that. All right, let's check in with... All right. Come on. Let's see. So they're still there. We've got guys moving around, but now I'm curious. So we're going to be in this area in the 90s. Oh, hopefully they got plenty of fluids. I'm sure they have plenty of fluids. That is going to be... Man. Start doing this, you get into conversations, and then you forget to eat and you forget to drink, and yeah. All right, so it looks like the Rally Comp team is on site at the finish line. Well, at the finish of the stage, end of stage. So there's two of them. You have, of course, what we've talked about right now, which is the finish of the stage, or FSS, finalized selective section. And then you have the end of stage, which is going to be the last waypoint in the road book, typically at the bivouac.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
The fastest access run is about 6 kilometers before That came onto the highway yesterday.
All right. Let me see. Check on some messages here. Finish team Russ, go for race hops.
Please repeat, was that for Russ and Stretch?
That is a 10-4. Yes, you have your first bike. First bike is inbound, less than 20K out.
Roger that. Thank you. Over now.
All right, let's see. Oof. So, man, Alan Mason putting in some time. Look at that. 3:04.17 ahead of Mike Johnson by just a few seconds. Again, provisional times. And then you've got Kyle McCoy third, 3:10.10. And then you have Karen Naran going to be 3:13.31. What I just said. Thank you, Scott, for the catch. That was a really good one. Man, I wish that would have been recorded. I don't know if I could repeat all of that. But basically, I was talking about mental fatigue, being tired, making decisions. When you get into some of these sections, if you're off, you know, those few seconds that you lose, you know, we were talking about previously how in off-road racing, I grew up in the stub can and non-GPS era. To have a GPS in the race car was like a technology advancement like no other. And in this particular case, you know, we have Mason, he's stopped. So we're going to keep an eye on the time. But, you know, opening the stage, right? If things continue to go the way they're going and he opens tomorrow's stage, you got to be a strong navigator. And really what it was coming from is not get flustered, because opening for some guys is really easy, or for some people is very easy. They're confident in their navigation. I've seen it. The guys, they know, it's like they know exactly where they're going. You know, they're just smooth and fast on it. And then there's guys that are a little bit faster, make a little bit of mistakes. And then there's the guys that are really, really fast and they make really big mistakes because of that. The next few days, obviously the mental fatigue and what's going on with, you know, within their head. It's one thing to be physically tired and another to be mentally tired. So as these things continue, you know, these little mistakes can add up. And the worst part about it is, it's one thing to be lost and have to try and remember in the middle of the desert, no GPS, ribbons because you went down the wrong wash, or somebody took out the ribbon marker and you missed a corner. You know, give me just a sec. So the worst part about it is that mental fatigue and getting lost is, and especially in rally raid, I think is probably got to be the worst thing. The answer is literally staring at you in the face. You have the road book. The road book was telling you which way to go. But when you're so lost that the road book doesn't line up with your current surroundings or what you thought it was, you know, I remember that frustration. I've talked about that example already a few times where I learned to look ahead in the road book. And you get into this point, into this mode where seconds feel like minutes. And, you know, now you got to weigh, well, the rally comp, I can open a waypoint and that'll guide me there. But then it's, well, how many, you know, if I just give it another minute, maybe I'll figure it out. Or let me just open this waypoint and just send it. You know, there's going to be a decision that these racers have to make throughout this. And I've seen these events get decided in the last few notes, in the last few, you know, in the very last waypoint I saw just a couple of years ago, it literally get decided at the very last possible waypoint there. The rider went straight when they should have made a turn. The second place rider, who wasn't far behind, but didn't have that issue, made it through. The first rider that went straight realized his mistake too late, and it was too late for them to turn around, and it was too much for them to pick up that penalty. So you got to be really, really careful with this, especially as the week progresses. It's going to be a little bit tougher. Obviously, we've got the higher temperatures that are coming up. These guys are playing inland before they head back to the water. So it's going to be a challenge for them. So, all right, let's take a look around at the field and kind of see where everybody is at. All right, so it looks like we are clearing the course. Everybody getting into the 100 kilometers in on the road book, which is good. Let's see here. All right, so he is still stopped or showing stopped there. Okay, time to check in. Okay. So these are always, you know, some of the back end stuff, right? If I see that a rider is supposedly stopped here. And once I get confirmation, I mean, right now the assumption is that the rider is stopped. When we start to see riders that come by and then they stop there as well, obviously the question marks start happening. As it is when a rider is sitting there, you know, I don't want them sitting there for too long. So that's the important part of this side of things, is you want to make sure you're keeping an eye, constantly rotating.
Russell here, we just had our first bike through the finish line, number 21.
Copy finish line. First rider through, rider 2-1. All right. Oh, man. All right. And here comes Mike Johnson just updating Kyle McCoy there. We're going to wait on a response from Mason. Maybe he knew where he was. Maybe this is strategy. You know, it happens in the Dakar. Well, it used to happen until they started this whole bonus time thing. So I don't know. I don't know if that bonus time thing is Justin. I don't know, man. You know what? Fingers crossed. Maybe he's just playing the Dakar swing. Maybe he knew he was up. where InReach has changed the game, that you can now message from devices. Now we've got to keep an eye on things like, obviously we have Zello using Wi-Fi internet communication. We have InReaches that are sending us text messages from riders. I mean, it's really cool to see how much it's changed and evolved. And now, I got a message earlier. It was a text message, and it was actually an iMessage from one of the competitors, right? This Starlink. So it brings something to it. It obviously adds another layer of things you got to watch out for. That's what we were talking earlier with Willem. But, at the same time, it brings a level of safety. That's the kind of thing that we want. Now that iPhones are supporting satellite, T-Mobile, I believe it's T-Mobile now, also is becoming, or is Starlink capable. So there's definitely some advances there that we want to see. So it's going to change the game definitely for the satellite communication side of things. Okay. All right, cool. Happy to hear back from ADV Tim. He is good to go and moving here soon, if not already. So, and let's see, we've got some green arrows. Looks like, yep. All right, Mason is back on the move. I would expect to see a message from him coming soon. But very nice. We've got basically the whole field is starting to make their way around to the finish line. And we are continuing to monitor our final vehicle on the road. Awesome. Let's see where these guys are at, if they're hanging out here. Probably getting people dizzy that are watching the live stream screen, zooming in and out like that. All right. All right. And as I thought, the message from Mason saying everything is good to go. Well, and we knew that he started moving already. So awesome. I know, Justin. Can you guys hear the music, or is that just me? I wonder why it doesn't play music for you guys. Not sure. Totally weird. I mean, if we could hear Willem earlier, and for some reason the music won't play on that one. I don't know why I wouldn't do that. Well, that's not fun. Get some music going at least. Jeez. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should have figured this out before I started recording and live streaming this morning. Okay. So for tomorrow, I'm going to figure out how we get some tunes going. It gets kind of quiet, and then I don't know if I turn the stereo on or whatever, it's going to sound weird in here with the echo. I don't want to do that. All right. Let's see. It looks like we are one more vehicle outstanding through the first checkpoint. Not bad. Let's check in with these guys. All right. Copy that. Vehicle 201 to fuel. And looks like normally it's kind of a interesting thing. The riders will normally stop and wait for each other and just kind of hang out at the finish line and compare notes. But right now they went straight through. It looks like Kieran working his way right back to the hotel. I imagine it's probably a bit warm there. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that they want. I'm sure they have shade for them and whatnot. But when it's hot, I'm sure you want to get out of your riding gear, move on to the next thing, maybe get some food. The hotel in Caborca, been there before. The AC is really nice, and they know their air conditioning down there. All right, let's see here. So Kyle McCoy going to be due in to finish any second now. You've got Alex, Matt, Armando, Al Neeson, Ryan Marino. So it looked like Ryan had a little bit of downtime, or could have had a little bit of downtime. He was your leader for the Dakar Dreams side of things, but we'll see. We still, I mean, we were seeing how it was earlier with Al Mason uh, being physically fourth on the road, but yet leading the rally stage. So we'll see how the times change on that, if they change. Pop over and take a quick peek at this thing. Johnson beating out Iran by 7 minutes. So Ryan, 3:27. Yeah, so we'll have to get an update on this because obviously the Dakar Dreams thing is the what we're really looking for. Find out which of these guys, and it's really cool to see. I mean, if you guys have hung out with Ryan or Antonio, they're both a staple in the bivouacs at the rally events. They're always there, out and about. Filming, getting videos. Really big proponents of growing the sport as well. So that's kind of one of the common themes when you talk about all of the different competitors and people in the sport. Everybody is really welcoming. There's no the egos aren't there. Everybody's just relaxed, and especially when you get to the bivouac, racing in the stage may be one thing. Obviously accounting for time, but when it comes time to getting in the bivouac, helping each other, talking about the day's events, things like that, yeah, everybody is family. So it's really cool to see with these events. So it's the same setup there. Let's see, we got a message from George. All right, looks like we've got a. Okay. Adelante, Miguel. All right, step away here for a sec. All right, we're back. So I totally ran. Oh, this water bottle reminding me to drink water. It's the only way I can do it. Otherwise, I forget. Another cool thing about the Zello side of the house, when it comes to communications, these guys. I mean, this thing changed the way that comms work. Right? If you got a Starlink, you now have a satellite radio. Right? Satellite push to talk. What used to be a $1,000 handheld, $200 worth of data. Yeah. And now you have this at your fingertips. And one of the features is I just stepped away. I can come back. I can take a look at the chat for the ops group that transcribes any messages that come in. So even a short message will still get transcribed if I wasn't able to hear it, and I can then read it. And that way I know, hey, did I miss something while I stepped away? That's pretty cool. Race ops Darren, race ops Darren. Hey, I have a confirmation from vehicle 207, not able to repair. Looks like needing extraction. Yes, it looks like they are just in from where Ryan is currently located. I have coordinates sending now. That is the last vehicle on the road. Let me make sure that the other bike, Rider 27, was one of them, is past you. Darren, I am showing two vehicles outstanding to fuel, two vehicles, number 19 and number 27. Repeat, 19 and 27 en route to fuel. Yeah, thank you for the heads up. Yeah, I was running through a bunch of things and had some radio comms. So let's see. This is where, yeah, we get a little bit alerted here. We're just keeping an eye on the ones that turn yellow. See where they're watching for movement. Getting on in the day, as we know already, the temperatures. Let's see, it's 1:20 p.m. And they're going to be playing in the 90s now. So, but it looks like we've got a pretty decent breeze heading in there. North and all that. There's Caborca. So I'm going to say they're probably in this area here. So at least there's some movement. Let's see where the weather stations are at. Yeah, I wouldn't expect any to be out here. Yeah, temperature's going to go up as we get closer to the end of the week. But by then, they will be headed back out. So, not bad. Back to the temperatures here. All right, it looks like we've got this op underway. Ryan making it happen. Tim seems to be stopped at the ranch. Not sure what's going on there. We're going to keep an eye on him. Olaf moving again. Brinks. So it's this group here that we're a little bit keeping an eye on. See, you guys are getting, there we go. And getting to the hotel. I'm still trying to figure out totally random things you see on satellite. Like, why do they do these round fields like this? Is it an irrigation thing? I don't know. Who knows the answer to that? All right, cool. It looks like Larry Trim with an early departure from today's stage, but it looks to be making it into the bivouac. And we get this thing turned up and fixed, and we'll see him out on the course tomorrow. Pivot sprinkler. Interesting. So from the center out, rather than having, I guess, yeah, if it just goes in circles. And yeah, the weather overlays. So this thing is pretty cool. I upped to the premium because of overlays like this, so you can see wind and temperature. This wasn't so bad. Where this actually came in handy was at the KTM rally this last year. We were in Breckenridge, Colorado, and there was some storms, obviously kind of coming in and floating around in the area. And with this, we were able to kind of see, like, based on the terrain and the city name where they were at, compared to what we were looking at on the rally comp side, and basically guiding people through some of the storms. Famously, Jesse Ziegler and Alexander Smith getting stuck up on one of the mountains in a thunderstorm. And we were able to see that. And with this, used it to basically let them know, hey, you got a couple more minutes of this. then you're going to have a clearing, you know, and help negotiate that. Here, obviously, is not such a big deal. More so, you know, I'm curious about like the temperature side of things that I think is very obviously very important. But yeah, I'm impressed with this thing. The only time I would kind of worry about something like this is that if we had, let's see if we can see there, this map here. If we had thunderstorms going on, depending on where they are at, that would be a concern, because you can have, you know, as you imagine, and most of you guys know, this probably isn't any news, but to those that maybe don't know, you can have thunderstorms a ways out away from where the tracks are. But because of the way that the terrain is, you can have flash floods. It could be 90 degrees and sunny, and you could still have water headed your way from these large river passages, dry riverbeds where the water just glances over. And so, again, not seeing that here, but if you could imagine if you had a storm a little ways inland that's dumping a bunch of water in a hurry, that water is going to try and make its way out. So you have to watch out for that kind of stuff. So, or especially maybe early in the day, you see that means that by the time the riders get there, if they're going to ride up into that area, you know, hey, you know what, there's some water there. You know, we're going to have to keep an eye out, make sure these guys are good through there. So let's take a look over here, see if we've got any movement. All right, Tim's been stopped there for a little bit. Letty say we've got to look out there. Mr. Goss, what is going on? All right, that's good. As the day gets warmer, too, we're trying to get messages out to these guys right away, or a little bit closer to that. You guys can see the temperatures and why I would, you know, I got to be concerned with this kind of stuff as well. Not to raise any red flags, but yeah, worst case scenario, I annoy somebody by sending them a message. Hey, are you okay? So we're, you know, so, all right, let's see. Mm. All right, let's see here. Where are these guys? Mm, yeah. So this again, like we were talking a little bit earlier about, this is the when you have guys coming into and then you have somebody stop there. Again, if you've got guys checking in and out of that, they're moving on, none of them are reporting anything. Uh, you want to keep an eye on the situation. You want to, look for that movement and kind of see what's going on there. But if they stop, that's one of the neat things about the rally comp is you have the ability to send an SOS message. You have the ability, and there's our response back. Oh. And then we jump into action. So hopefully everything is okay there. We'll find out to hear back from them. Mechanical problem. All right, so looks like we have got. Oh man, tough go so far. ADV Tim having a mechanical. And the heat will do that to bikes. But we'll see what it is right now. He may be trying to still fix it. I see guys moving through. That's what we were just talking.
207 is on the strap and we are rolling.
10-4 copy. 207 in tow. So that is the kind of stuff that we watch out for. Hopefully it's something that he can get fixed. It looks like he's in a ranch or near a little ranch there. So should not be, hopefully not too bad there. We'll report this back here in just a second. Just need to hear from him, see if that's something that he's working on fixing. That's the other side. Again, we talked about this assets and stuff like that. We want to send somebody in to get them, but then we've got to consider there's other riders there doing their thing, trying to work their way through. So it's a coordinated effort. Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. Let's get the map back on here in just a sec. Okay. All right, cool. Goss checking in as well. Everything is good. So we'll wait to hear back from Tim and see what's going on there. Hopefully it's not anything bad and we're just interrupting his repairs rather than Okay. The waiting game. So wonder where's everybody watching us from? Just out of curiosity. Oh, you have a huge crowd or anything? There's people coming and going. Oh, there's our message. Okay. All right. Okay. So not giving it up. Tim is working on diagnosing the concern. So hopefully it's something he can get this thing going again. Rooting for him. Oh, hopefully it is something easy. Okay. All right. Well, he's not looking for extraction, so that is good. Obviously, we're going to be keeping an eye on him and see what is going on there. Hopefully, again, it's a easier fix, and we can get him back on the road. That would be awesome. Okay. Okay, there was a faint track there. So let's go ahead and report this one. And okay. Miguel, repeat your last message. Race ops.
How far from the highway is Ryan?
Stand by for distance. Miguel, that is going to be 12 kilometers, approximately 12 kilometers from the highway.
Here, 10-4, we wait here.
10-4, thank you.
Darren for Victor.
Go for Victor.
Okay.
The org already has your location.
A route to that rider if he needs assistance, so just let us know if we need to go in.
Copy that. Direct message from rider stating diagnosing possible vapor lock, is working on checking fuel pump.
Victor, this is Betsy. Do you copy? Over.
Go for Victor.
Victor, this is Betsy. Do you copy?
Go for Victor.
I'm at the bivouac.
You know, it got a little quiet for a second there. So probably if you guys had the volume on or off, probably jumping around. But just making some coordinations for some extractions. Things are going down right now. So working on that. Let's see. So jumping back and forth. So looks like the majority of the guys accounted for. We're just running cleanup right now, getting the last of the competitors, sending people out. So pretty much wrapping up the day and now working on, like I said, the final bits of it. So should be wrapping up fairly soon. Not bad. Another 5.5 hour live stream. And we are working on this. Let's see what we got here. Awesome.
Ryan, this is Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, just FYI, I just passed a trailer. They're doing construction on the highway, so he's probably about 30, 40 mics out over.
Copy that. They are at the fuel stop and they know that they're using route and they'll be there shortly.
Go for Victor.
Okay, we're with bike 31. Physically, he's okay. He has a dead battery. We're going to try to jump it. He thinks he can ride it out if we get the bike started. But we're going to air down and fix my truck now because we're kind of in a little bit of a position. But we got to him. He's okay. We're going to try to get him going.
Copy. Rider 3-1, physically okay. Bike, slight mechanical, looking for jump start. Will continue on course. He will be the back marker. All right. So, man, we are going to be monitoring. We have a few riders left. Got 3 riders outstanding to get through the final checkpoint. We've got 3 riders headed to the finish. So, been a long day for these guys. Bikes started at 9 a.m. We're getting, it's 2:45 p.m. right now. Obviously, we're in the heat of the day as these guys get in. I know we keep talking about the weather, but it's always a concern, especially when you're out there for so long and racing and doing all of this fun stuff. Got to watch out for that. Let's see. Looks like they just showed up with ADV Tim, everybody hanging out there. And then we're waiting for Laddies to get going again. Should see him update here momentarily. And looks like the org is on its way in. Pick up Tim. Man, what a bummer. 2 days mechanical stuff for him. So we'll see. Hopefully we can get it going. I'm wondering what it was this time. He mentioned in a message that it possibly was fuel related. But you know, we'll see once they get it back to the bivouac, we'll figure out what happened, and hopefully we can come out. Tomorrow, probably another hot day. I will look at the road book. I can't remember it offhand on the distance wise, but yeah, for day number 3, still going to be a challenge, but it should be fun. We can't wait to see how that one shakes down today. Just to kind of give you guys an unofficially and provisional and all the other disclaimers you want to put on there, showing as Jorge Cano in the stock UTV fastest of the day. So we'll see how that rings true. It looks like it's a clean run, but again, the org has to go through. This is raw information. This isn't calculated by any means. So again, there could be penalties and other stuff there that could obviously change this pretty quickly. Considering that you are stacked up, you've got 6 minutes between Cano and Johnson for the overall. Obviously, Mike Johnson taking the overall in the bikes, overall for Jorge in the UTV. Then you have Daniel Gonzalez not far behind, challenging with 3:42 there, 10 minutes out. Then you have Kieran Naran in the 4 spot, finishing at 3:45, supposedly. Kyle McCoy. Then it's Matt Lube, Brink, Mason. So the UTVs are laying down some times. Al Mason was leading the day, but then fell a little bit behind, but 20 minutes. There's a speed zone penalty in there, but again, this we'll see once it gets calculated out. Armando Alonso Morales, 4 hours flat. Josiah Skagen, going to be 4:01. So a lot of tight gaps. So that's what I mean. This is super important that we understand the part where, hey, these results are just kind of a provisional. They're not really results. I would just say they're provisional standings, provisional numbers. Again, the penalty system, the way that it works, a little bit different. So it's not calculating out a raw result or a finished, polished result until the org gets that raw information. Then that raw information is processed through their timing and scoring. And then that will let us know the official or the provisional times, and then they will make them official. So similar to the Dakar, you got to go through the inquiries. People put in inquiries for time being rewarded back, things like that. And so once that stuff gets calculated in, those are things we don't see. So it's not until the organization does it, do they get an actual result, and then that's what gets published. So we'll probably have results for today's stage, probably mid-morning tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. I don't know if they'll be ready tonight. I'm sure they'll probably have something provisional tonight, that's a little bit more polished. But yeah, a little bit of work, but that is what it is. You want to calculate accurate times. The rally comp can provide that information, and so now it's just up to the guys in race ops down there locally at in Caborca now. So moving bivouac last night, Puerto Libertad. Today, Caborca. So not bad at all. Looks like should have Ryan arriving there here in just a second.